the coaches are the breath of life in the ICPC, over 50 years in the making. Thank you, coaches. And how exciting it is to be here at the University of Warsaw, where the champions of the championship have made us all welcome, and with our industry partners who have provided amazing capabilities for us, community leaders, everybody shining that spotlight on you. And what's great is you already had a dress rehearsal, right? Do you know how and why we started doing dress rehearsals? I made a boo-boo. We were at Stockholm, and it was a little cramped where we were, and they didn't have quite as many restrooms. And I thought, well, it was really important for people to find out where those are, you know, and sort of get ready for the competition. And so without thinking, I said, now we're about to start the competition, so if you need to, go ahead and go to the restroom. And before I even finished that sentence, I realized the stark terror of what would happen, because 75% of the people stood up and went to the restrooms under the most dire circumstances, and it delayed the start of the contest about a half hour. So what we decided is, let's go ahead and figure out, just like musicians do, let's have a dress rehearsal. And that's why we have it, so that we get used to it, and then we come to perform. We perform at the best that we possibly can on the things that matter. And that's where you are now. That is what we're going to do. And thank you for inviting me to come visit. My hopes, actually, my confidence is in you. You're going to build a great world in the future, and for the next 5 hours, make it the hardest trophy ever in the history of the ICPC to win. Okay.
Thank you, Bill. And one word from Andrew.
Good morning, everyone. Good luck, solve them all.
Okay.
Boba, no, you are EUC director, so you have to say something.
Good luck. I'm former coach, and I know that you have to find the easiest problem. Try when you will ask for. Good luck.
Wait, a lot of you don't know, the history I could tell you about Boba was amazing, but one of my favorite things is she won an award as Outstanding Woman of Europe. And I thought, what? Definitely the outstanding person in Europe. And I want you to know that what you have done for all of us, I'm going to, you're going to be the official ICPC grandma, because ICPC is based on come to grandma's house. Unlimited affection, but you have to compete for attention. There's a lot of you, so take care.
Thank you.
So please, big applause for our volunteers, where we'll give you balloons. And we have still 3 minutes.
Okay. I ask one more. SysOps team, are we ready? Judge team, are we ready?
Sure.
Director of the contest, are we ready?
In 2 minutes.
And the most important, teams, are you ready?
So buffet is under balcony. Toilets are in this door and in this door.
A to jest potrzebne do rozmowy tutaj z Radkiem, tak?
Słucham?
To jest potrzebne do rozmowy tej. No, kazali mi przyjść.
And audience, please be quiet. And you also, a little.
Dobra.
Trzyma się?
Tak, jest włączony, trzyma się.
Super. No.
Nastąpiła zmiana, bo mieliśmy rozmawiać przed właśnie rozpoczęciem wszystkiego, ale teraz oni pokażą to ostateczne odliczanie.
Ten, nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let the
Go!
contest begin.
Whoa!
So we have begun, and the next 5 hours are going to be full of emotions. We will be covering exactly what's going on within different teams' heads. We will try to literally get into their heads and emotions, showing you how different tasks are being solved. And of course, during the whole championship, we will be here in our studio commenting on the tasks themselves. I will be talking to our wonderful guests who will give you many insights into how this extraordinary event is being prepared. I will be back very soon. Let's now go back to the floor and see how our participants are doing.
Laten we gewoon even lezen dan. Maar ik denk dat dit is gewoon deze... 唔開拍埋㗎，你試咗先啦。我試咗先，係啊係。是但啦，是但 ，OK， 冇所謂。成本啦。你想唔想我幫？係 OK。你睇咗其他先。唔係啊，你睇題。
Ik ben KA-based. Ik heb niet meer gehad. Ik ga nu KA-based. Maar ik ben nog niet klaar. Ik heb nog een beetje
Dat is dus vanaf waar wordt het makkelijker?
Tot 4 moeten we nog rusten.
Ja.
Kan het anders nog niet? Alles kost nu.
Of other reasons.
We're on. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to present and introduce two wonderful guests. Bill Poucher, you saw him on the stage just a few minutes ago, the director of ICPC, the global director of the whole event, and of course, legendary Professor Jan Madej.
The father, I would say, even not just the
Yeah,
director.
you're the father and the mother. Yeah. So the father figure, the mother figure. Professor Jan Madej from University of Warsaw, 30 years in ICPC, a coach.
32.
32. Oh yeah, to be
32.
precise. Yeah. We have to be precise here. So 32 years involved in ICPC, a coach, a father to many of the participants, the nurturer of wonderful talents who come from Poland and win many of the events around the globe. Bill, it's really great to have you here in Poland finally. How do you find the event so far?
Well, just absolutely amazing. Jan and I have been paddling the same canoe now for 32 years. That's
yeah.
exactly right. In the same direction and making sure that we had many canoes of wonderful talent along with us ahead of us because they're going to be responsible for what comes ahead of us, right? So thank you very much for inviting me here. And
this is the second event in which
that's right.
Bill, 12, the final.
That's right, 2012 World Finals. That's another thing. If we're going to do something well, then what we need to do is to always have as objective to do the next one even better.
Your reference is to 22 World Finals, which were hosted right here in Warsaw, right in this place.
That's right, and hosted by the University of Warsaw, right in this place. And it was the most fabulous World Finals in history, and this one is the most fabulous Europe Championship.
And let me stop you right there, because I think that the first balloon has been handed over. I think the first solution...
My bet was 6 minutes.
Yeah.
How many minutes is it?
when we were here the last time, that was a few months back during the Polish finals. The first solution was submitted in 3-4 minutes. Do you remember?
Something like that.
Something like that. It's been 6 minutes now, but I've been told that the competition today is really, really hard. Have you seen the tasks?
No, I didn't want even. First of all, I wouldn't understand them. No.
No way. Come on.
But no, I didn't want to be involved in
Yes,
there's a group of people responsible for that.
I never look at the problems before the World Finals. I used to. But our students are so perceptive that we have to realize that not answering is an answer. See, so if they know that you know something, all right, and then they can pose a question where if you don't answer it, you provide them information. So as a result of that, the only protection you have is ignorance.
Wonderful. That's a strategy as well. So team number 22 is being handed the balloon for the first solution, I believe.
Wow.
Which is absolutely great. So let's get down to the floor for a few seconds.
Yeah, in the early days, the first solution would come about 2 hours into the competition.
That's crazy. I'm going to ask you about the evolution of ICPC. We've talked about it a few months back, but not all of our viewers today have been with us back then, so we will get back to it. And the first balloon is there. It's one of those psychological tools of pressure to show other teams that the problem has been solved by the team. That's cruel, isn't it?
Well, it turns out, though, remember that this is a sport very similar to golf. That is, you're competing with each other to get better. You see, we don't allow them to pull the power cord out from another team or block them from going to the restroom or whatever kind of thing that we might do in other team sports. In this particular case, it's actually the other persons in the room that are building the value of what you achieve in the area. Plus, I always tell them, go ahead and solve all the problems. That way you tie the champion. You see, it's just that the awards that we make are given out after 5 hours.
But, Professor, we've been talking here that there are a few golden rules of problems creation for such events. So
first, we have to remember that this is a team competition, and one computer, 3 students and 1 computer.
Yeah.
And that's very important because you cooperate, but you compete to have an access to the keyboard.
And it's not because you could not afford 3 computers.
No.
Deliberate
That's the whole idea. This is a unique contest. There is the only one contest which teaches you many things, which you will face in your real life, in your real business also. You compete for resources often. You have a hard deadline. If you solve the problem 2 seconds after the deadline, no value. And the same happens in real life. But here, it's also important to remember that shortest job first, this should be the strategy, because many teams solve the same number of problems. And then the total time is taken into account. And the shortest is the total time, the better position in the rankings.
So it's not only the fact that the problem has been solved, it's also the time it took the team to solve it.
And what is very important also to know, that if you send a wrong solution, which is rejected, you can still make it up. But if you eventually make it and is accepted, then you pay 20 minutes fine for each unsuccessful submission. And this is due to Bill to change the rules of originally what I learned not long ago. You were always punished for each wrong submission, which was a mistake.
That's right. We should never punish people for trying. However, there is a cost of trying our patience.
It is so cruel, literally. But we've also talked a few months back and a few years back with you, Mr. Professor, about the rules of creating the tasks. So what I remember is you said that the good set of tasks is when every tasks, every single task is solved by someone.
Yes.
There is no single team who would solve
Nothing.
all the tasks at once, and there isn't a team that wouldn't solve anything. So the
Precisely.
3 golden rules, right?
Precisely, but we had some cases where all tasks were solved, and we had cases where teams didn't solve anything. So, golden rules, but life is life.
Yeah.
Moreover, it depends a lot about the team. Usually, a good team consists of specialists in different areas. All of them are very good in anything, but each of them is in algebra, in geometric, in etc. Secondly, one should be a leader, because you submit a solution which is rejected. Then you get the idea how to correct it, you submit a solution, it's rejected, and you go on and go on and go on, and then it should be stopped. And you need a leader who will say, no, stop, don't do it anymore.
So someone with
and
proper personality and authority in the team.
Exactly. And what is important, when you give up, you should not tell the colleagues the way you are solving. Because if you made a mistake in your thinking, you submit that mistake with
Further
a problem.
on.
Yes. Unfortunately, though they know about it, they always make those type of mistakes. They say how it has been unsuccessfully solved, and then it's not a good idea. So there are a few strategies which a good team, the winning team, must know and really perform.
What you've just said shows that it's truly a sport. It's not an Olympiad or a competition of knowledge.
Practically, in our case at my university, they are practicing every week, just like
every week once they become students of the university. But before that, they actually start being 10, 9 years old.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Bill, from your perspective, how did this competition evolve over time?
Well, one of the things is that what helps you evolve is to want to do better, to preserve those things that worked well, and to add more capability each time, to view life as a series of platforms. And don't you want the platform that you give to be better than the platform that you initially received? And that's key to what the ICPC is about. These students here are going to build the mission-critical systems that communities rely on. They, their friends, friends. That's pretty much all you need to do, is to track the friends of ICPC's 500,000 alumni, and you'll get
500,000.
Yeah,
that's a huge number.
A huge number. When Jan and I came through, there were only 750 computer scientists in the whole bloomin' world. You know, so and we got to solve all the easy problems. These folks have to work on the hard ones, right? But mission critical solutions always happen in an environment where you don't have all the resources that you need. And that's why we simulate that environment out here. But they have you and they have your buddies. And can you pull together a strategy that you can deliver solutions in a short period of time? Well, that's what keeps communities going. It allows us to deal with the unforeseen. And even more so is it makes a tremendous amount of stuff unforeseen because we've actually solved those problems and those solutions are working for us.
So apart from great coaches such as Professor Jan Madej,
yes,
is there any book, is there any manual for getting into ICPC?
Oh, there are. There are a number of guides, there are a number of activities. We try to get students involved into it. The thing to remember is, yes, it is the International Collegiate Programming Contest, but it's also the International Collegiate Programming Community. So we make everything through the ICPC Foundation. Everything that we do is available to anyone who has access on the internet. So we have ICPC Educate. We have connections, so visit icpc.global or icpc.foundation and find out about them. But find out from your local university, make the contacts, because it's the people-to-people contacts that make the difference.
Yeah, and you can feel it and you can watch it here
Yeah.
being developed directly in front of your eyes. I'm wondering from your perspective, from your global perspective, as the founder of ICPC, do you see differences in maybe the culture, the atmosphere between continents, between different countries when you go around?
Oh, sure. All of us inherit magnificently the culture that we grew up in. Some of us sort of were multicultural simply because our families bopped around. You know, if you're in America, it's likely there was a reason why you went there, or your ancestors. I used to say in my family, they were either thrown out, starved out, or run out of somewhere else and ended up in Texas. Well, when you're in Texas, you've got to figure out that if you want a university, you better build one, right? If you want to make sure that widows and orphans are taken care of, if you want to have community, you have to build community. But we had an advantage. We could look at community building that worked in the rest of the world. We had people from all parts of the world. We had just a piece of the world to deal with, so we didn't have to do it for the entire world, right? And so what we did was we did this. In the area, like some of my ancestors from the mid-1800s, they'd have a town meeting. Okay, now the town was just whoever was living around there, and one would wear the hat. And if you wore the hat, it was your job that everyone had the opportunity to speak, and while they were speaking, everyone had the opportunity to listen. And if you had consensus, you just did it. And if you didn't, you scheduled another meeting. That was it.
Didn't it change a little bit?
Well, strangely enough, the process for it does as things get complicated, but the spirit of it doesn't.
True.
When we build consensus, then we build on what we do rather than simply replace some failure with another future failure.
And you have managed to build something great. 500,000 alumni. Professor, to sum it up, because we're about to end our interview.
I wanted to come back to your first question about why we have only one computer.
Yeah.
So originally, it was because of economy. It was impossible to have each student to have a computer. But as I said before, it became the most important feature of ICPC contest, because it teaches, as I said, not only cooperation, but competition with the cooperation. And that's very important in your real life.
Well, we will be looking into the strategies of the teams. We have cameras on the floor. By the way, thank you very much for being here with us today.
You bet. And I might mention, since everybody's talking about AI, you know, this is my third iteration through that, what you're seeing out here is the RI that builds the AI.
Real
intelligence.
Okay?
Yeah. But count on the fact that when we build artificial intelligence, it's real too. It's just not us, it works for us. And as long as we make sure that technology is working to the benefit of our neighbors.
But remember that behind every technology are the great people, great minds. Two of them have been my guests. Thank you. Thank you very much. Don't leave us yet. I would like to invite our viewers to witness how the whole floor that you're looking at right now has been assembled yesterday and the day before. How we build our stage and how we prepared all those stands for particular teams.
And
As you can see, this was a great undertaking, and all for those few hours of this Sunday for the European finals of EUC or ICPC. Great teams from all over Europe have come here to compete. Of course, having on their minds their participation in the World Finals. We hold our thumbs, as we say in Poland, or we keep our thumbs up, as we say in other parts of the world. But to explain to you what's going on downstairs on the floor, we've invited two experienced players, two experienced participants to comment on what's going on. And those are my guests, Adam Gąsienica-Samek and Bartosz Kostka. Hi, guys. Nice to have you here. So many of our viewers probably know you very well, but in case somebody doesn't, please tell us a few words about yourselves. How did you end up here?
So I was a participant in the lower level in high school. I participated in the International Olympiad in Informatics, and I got a gold medal. And right now I was involved with testing the contest. I was helping with the problems, with setting the limits, with giving feedback on how difficult or easy the contest is.
And your idea about how difficult or...
I think we will see, but as the scoreboard looks right now, we can tell that the easy side of the contest is pretty challenging compared to the usual standard.
Okay, so we're getting ready to wait for the next submits. Okay, Bartosz?
Successful as Adam, but still I moved a little bit to organize competitions. So I organize a lot of contests on national level, international level, and probably my biggest role right now is I am currently a chair of the scientific committee of the International Olympiad in Informatics.
And today you're here to comment on the tasks, the problems, and how different teams are doing. So the first submit was being submitted after 6 minutes. Yep.
Yes, 7 minutes. To be
7
precise.
minutes.
It was submitted by University of Wrocław. It was problem B, and they got an accepted solution.
Do you think, from your perspective, that problem B is the easiest one, or maybe they got lucky?
We asked a little bit behind the scenes, and the problem setters thought that B will be the easiest problem. So it became 2, and we think that it will be the easiest one for all of the teams.
Yes, if we look at the scoreboard, we can actually see that this is the only problem that has been solved so far. 31 teams have as I said that, a team ETH Zurich solved problem E. I think we can actually show them on stream and see how they reacted.
Because what we can do today is actually show you the reaction to successful submit. But I'm not really sure if we're seeing it right now.
And right now we are seeing that they're the...
Oh, we've seen that team, their reaction to the successful submit. So we've got problem B and problem E solved by one team.
Yes, so problem B seems to be quite easy for most of the teams. Over half of them have solved that problem, and problem E has been just opened, so teams know that it is definitely solvable within 30 minutes of the contest, and so maybe that means for other teams that they can also attempt it and try to solve it themselves.
Okay, so that was the initial overlook. Now we will dive deep into the problems and the current situation. So I will leave you two with our viewers and get back to you in a few minutes. Guys, have fun.
Thank you.
Thank you. By implementing one single template. You were a participant yourself, right? Do you remember if you and your team had one single template, or if everyone?
We had a single template for the entire team, and we had one person that implemented this template at the very beginning of the contest. He tried his best to do it as quick as possible, because when you write this template at the very beginning, then you save a lot of time for the future problems. So by wasting a little bit, like a minute, 2 minutes to write this template, then we have a lot of time that we can save by just copying this template for all of the problems.
And how long was that template?
I think it was about 100 lines of code or something like that, so it was pretty long. I know a lot of teams that are trying to write maybe 20 lines of code or something like this, but yeah, ours was pretty long. And we saw a lot of teams writing different templates. We also saw a bunch of teams that have like 3 different templates for different people, which I think it's actually not the best strategy because you waste time for all of the people, but maybe for them the templates are so significantly different that they decided that it is worth doing.
Yes, so I think it's worth noting that the team has one computer, so they have 15 hours of thinking time, but only 5 hours on the computer. They have to manage that time. How was that experience for you?
For us, it was slightly difficult. I think we, especially myself, I really wanted to get as much of the computer time as possible. And depending on my team, because I participated with several different teams, it was either a good thing or a bad thing, because some people like want to be like very, like spend a lot of time with their computer. So it didn't work that well in some teams. But some other teams, like computer, like some other people want to think without the computer. So for them, it was like very good because I had a lot of time to like implement sometimes even like pretty ambitious solutions. That was, we probably will see in this problem, there are some problems that require a lot of time to implement. So for these problems, I actually had some time to work on that. How about you? How was your experience?
So I only participated in the team competitions on the junior level in high school. And back then I had a pretty stable team, so we didn't change the squad a lot, and yeah, we were split in a way where I would spend as little time on the computer as possible, and we had a person that was, solving the problems that were supposed to take a bit longer to implement. So I think we never actually had any issues with that.
So as we are talking, we can see that the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology from Germany has also solved problem E, and they currently advanced to the first position, because in case of ties, and we have ties with 2 teams solving 2 problems, then we are looking at the total time penalty for these teams. And we see that the Karlsruhe University was actually only 1 minute faster than the ETH Zurich. So they actually are in the first position, and if nothing changes, then we'll stay at the first position. Probably a lot of things will change. But maybe this minute will be crucial. We don't know.
Yes, so it seems like the only open problems right now are B and E. Is that usual after 30 minutes of the contest for only 2 problems to be solved?
I don't think so. We can also see that we don't have that many problems in this contest. We only have 11 problems. So that probably means that there are not that many easy problems. That would be my guess. One thing that I found very interesting, maybe you agree with me, maybe you disagree with me, the first solution was actually for the problem I, which so far no one has solved yet, but I think, I don't remember what university it was.
It was Alexandru University.
Yes, they tried twice and they got time limit exceeded result. So maybe this is another problem that they will try to solve, because we see that there were other teams that tried to solve this as well. So we see there's the National Technical University of Athens that tried to solve it after 10 minutes. And there's also the Open University of Israel that tries to solve it in 25 minutes from the beginning of the competition. So maybe this will be the third problem that they will try to solve. But so far we haven't seen a successful submission. So maybe it's actually not such an easy problem as they think.
Yes, also as you can see, the verdict on that one is time limit exceeded. So it's quite possible that they maybe try to implement something and check whether it gets wrong answer on some tests or whether it is time limit exceeded to maybe somehow verify correctness of their ideas.
But do you think it's a good strategy at the beginning of the contest to try such things?
I think if you don't have anything else to implement, you can see that they solved B after 15 minutes. So maybe somebody else was thinking about that problem and they just wanted to verify something very quickly. They had both submissions after 5 minutes of the contest, so it was clearly something very simple and short.
I just think it might be a little bit unusual. We don't see this scenario that often. So I was actually very surprised to see that they try to submit something that they will know that will get time limit exceeded or wrong answer. But they received a bit of information that maybe they will find useful.
Also, do you know which verdict gets seen by the judge if you fail on multiple tests?
I actually don't know, so maybe we should ask our judges and just tell you when we check that later. But yeah, so far I would guess it will be the first test that failed, but I'm not exactly sure.
There is a trick that some problem setters do where they put the big tests in the very beginning so that the contestants have basically no information, and if a problem time limit exceeds on the very first test that's not known to the participants, they will not have any additional information.
But they should not assume that it will always work.
Yeah.
So far, nothing changed in the scoreboard. One thing that I found interesting that the first successful submission was from University of Wrocław. They are fighting for qualification for the World Finals, which for them is probably a very good thing that they actually solved the first problem, and they have a very little time penalty because of that. But after that, it's been, I want to say, 27 minutes. They still haven't succeeded. Perhaps we can see what they are doing right now?
Yes, we can look at their source on the stream, actually. I think if we look at their code, they are implementing some kind of DP solution to problem C.
Problem C?
That problem has not been solved before, so maybe they are trying to continue with their first accepts and just not look at what other teams are doing.
That is a strategy to be a leader and not to follow. But we actually see there were some attempts for problem C. We see there's University from Paris, from Lyon, sorry about that. University of Zagreb attempted that. University of Warsaw also attempted that.
All of them seem to have wrong answer on that problem.
That is correct.
Maybe this is some kind of a bait problem where the most obvious solution is actually a wrong one.
University of Warsaw is actually very surprising to me because they attempted this problem 4 times, but they haven't solved any problem yet. So they actually have 0 problems solved, and they're still fighting with both problem B and problem C. So
yes, if we look at their stream right now, we can see that they are implementing problem B. Maybe we can actually go over their code. This might be a spoiler for some participants, so I recommend people who want to participate in that contest virtually to skip that bit for now. As we can see, they are implementing. Oh, they are actually.
They're trying to submit.
They are trying to submit some.
Is it possible to show this right now? Okay, we actually cannot show it right now.
Yes.
But they're trying to submit a problem right now, problem B.
Yes, they are testing it on the sample code. And I think they got wrong answer on the sample, so they will not be submitting.
Are you having fun, guys?
Yes, a lot.
A lot of fun.
So is it, to sum it up, are you considering today's tasks to be hard, intermediate, or maybe easy?
I think it's more on the difficult side.
Okay, okay.
Which for some people it's very interesting because there will be some emotions because there wouldn't be like a very clear cut between the easy problems and the difficult problems. But some people might be actually a little bit worried that maybe the top team will not solve that many problems. So we'll see how it goes.
Wonderful. You'll be back here in a few minutes. Thank you for now. And I'm really looking forward to hearing from you again because thanks to you, we know what's going on the floor. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, we are back in our studio, and now joining me is Boba Manova, Director of Europe ICPC Contest. Nice to have you here. Officially, you are introduced as Bożena, but for the ICPC community, you're well known as Boba. So I will reference to you as Boba Manova.
Yeah.
So you're responsible for building the community around ICPC Europe, and that's quite fascinating because Bill Poucher, when he was here a few minutes ago, he said that when the ICPC was born, all over the world there were like a handful of IT specialists, programmers. Right now, you have about 500,000 alumni of ICPC worldwide. This is absolutely crazy. How do you control or stimulate the growth of this community?
I think the most important for ICPC is that we are community. Sometimes I call it as a family. And if you come here, you cannot be member if you are not accepting this. And when I came to ICPC, it was in '94, and I came as a coach of team from Czech Technical University. We went to finals first year, and after I grew up, and now I'm director of Europe. And 10 years ago, I had a dream, because America, the ICPC was created as a region, and from regions they go to finals.
Yeah.
But there were nothing for Europe and North America something. North America founded the North American Championship. 10 years ago I had a dream that we will have a Europe Championship. And it happened. Now we have a third Europe Championship in Warsaw. It's great things. I'm very happy here, and it's going very well. And I'm curious who will be winning. But anyway.
Oh, we all are,
Yeah.
and we are really hoping to find out
and
soon.
we make a model that we are putting. We have 4 regions in Europe, and from each region are going 12 teams to Europe Championship. So it means here we have now 22 plus 1, 23 teams from best European universities in programming and IT. So this is amazing. Downstairs, it's a big IQ.
It's incredible. If you would sum up the IQ of all the contestants, those people will literally change the world. And we know that. We're sure of it because we know the history. We know that those people go to the biggest, most ambitious companies around the world, and they literally change the world we're living in. You said that there are 4 regions in Europe. What are those regions?
It's a Northwest, Southwest, Central Europe, and Southeastern.
And to get to one of those 4 regions, you first have to win your national championship, right?
Not exactly. You can apply for membership or coming to a region, and in countries at university they have special possibility how they can choose the best team. For example, we have a Czech Technical University Open, which we choose the best team from Czech and Slovak universities, but it's not compulsory in Europe. So you can, if there is a space for enough teams, you can have everybody who apply. But there is a rule that there has to be 1 or 2 teams per university.
Tell me, do you see any differences between the regions in Europe?
Sure. There is a difference because this is north is Baltic countries, south is Spain and France, and central is a former Austrian-Hungarian Empire, in fact, and Ukraine and Romania and Greece, and there are differences. But in fact, now, in that moment, most of those countries are in European Union. Most of the countries, they know what does it mean to be European. And I think this is a big achievement because we have here students from best universities in the Europe, and they have time to talk together because it's not too big and big enough to exchange experiences, and there is a lot of cooperation. And if you look on team, at some universities, maybe also Ukraine students and students from others, because we have a rules how can be members of team, but if they are assigned at the university, even it's Erasmus or something like that, they can compete for this university. I think I don't see anything what may be better, of course. Something has to be better, but good.
It's good enough for now, and of course we're improving from year to year. I'd like to ask you about the community, going back to the things that are not so visible, because here at the finals we see the teams, we see their hard work, we see the questions and the problems, but having 500,000 alumni of this contest alone around the world, there must be a community. Tell me more about it. How do you work together?
How you become a member of that community? I think, for example, Poland is a very good to start to work with students at high school. This is one thing. When the ICPC started, it was just for fun, and 50 years ago they had some entertainment in the United States. After 20 years, it moved to Europe and to China, and now it's all around the world. And now you need some training. You cannot come here just, I know programming, I know programming. And my students, for example, are training before the contest 10 hours per day. There is another problem, because the contest is 5-hour contest, 13, 14, 15 problem, and 3 teams and 1 computer. So there had to be also team cooperation, and sometimes it's difficult because they may be very good. And I have to say that if there is team with 1 girl, this is always better than others, because.
We'll get right back to it. That's a quite interesting statement you just made. We will have another guest joining us in a few seconds, but before that, let's get down to the floor and see what's going on down there. So as you can see, the results board the problem B has been solved by most of the teams. Problem E is being solved by more and more teams, but here in our studio we are now concentrating on ICPC itself. The whole idea of a wonderful contest which integrates extremely intelligent people from all over the world. And now joining us is Weronika Sobolewa from ICPC Foundation. Nice to have you here. Before I direct my first question to you, I must get back to Boba and ask you about girls in the teams. Why do you think they make it better for the team to cooperate?
I will share with you my private approach to this, because we had some offer to have a ICPC for women. And I'm strongly against, because we are same students, same universities, and we have a place there. You see, we are 2 ladies here, and we have to be part of the teams with boys. So girls are sometimes afraid to go to contests. Sometimes there are not too many girls at the computer science education. For example, I'm still teaching advanced programming, and I have there 77 students and only 8 girls. And all of them went to ICPC.
But still, it is changing. The trend is clear. More and more girls.
No.
More and more women.
I'm sorry. No. And I don't know why, because sometimes...
Let me interrupt. We're just now looking at Krzysztof Dix handling another balloon. This is for solving the first solve of problem C for University of Vienna. Congratulations.
Vienna. Oh.
Yeah, University of Vienna solved number C as the first on the floor. So you said it's not a trend. There are...
It's not a problem only ICPC. It's a problem of study of information technologies.
Okay.
I'm there many, many years. I'm teaching after 90 at university, and it was not easy sometimes to be member of a community where are only the boy. Sometimes somebody asked me what IT brought to your life, and I said many very clever men. And that is, and I think what is best by me for girls in IC and ICPC to be member of that community, not exclude as a women and something like that. But we have to hire more women they're afraid to go.
So it's call to action. We do it every single time we meet here, thanks to ICPC. Yeah. Girls, please join us on the floor. Veronika, please tell me about your perspective, your global perspective on European contests, because Boba was telling us about the European context, and now we're moving a bit higher.
Yes, hello everyone, and good morning. First of all, thanks for this amazing preparations and amazing contest and hosting us at the University of Warsaw. It's been a great experience. All the guests, students, sponsors that I'm responsible for are extremely happy. And before we move to the global perspective, well, I would like to connect my comment to what Boba just said to the global perspective, because obviously that's the trend that we see all over the world. It's not just the problem in Europe, and I would not call it a problem. That's just the matter of facts. That's how the things are, like in the academia historically. So to that defense, like I can comment on that from the ICPC global perspective, because we do have some special programs for the outreach. And again, like we don't create special programs for girls because it's kind of a positive discrimination and we want to stay away from that. But we have such initiatives and they have shown amazing results. And in fact, every year at the World Finals, we give a special award to the regional directors for their achievements and for their innovation in the region. Moreover, we have the Competitive Learning Institute every year at the ICPC World Finals, which is the final, like the main event of the year, where like the winners from this event will advance. And we have a similar type of event in every single region, so it's like multi-tiers. So at the World Finals, everyone gets together, like all the directors, like Boba from Europe and similar people, you know, from every ICPC region will get there and share their best practices. And one of the topics is girls, obviously. And what we did, in some regions, we have this situation where historically the schools for boys and girls were separated. Yeah. For instance, it exists in African region, it exists in Asia West region, in particular in India, which is a huge country by itself. And there are separate schools for boys and girls. So our regional director has discovered why there were so few girls at the ICPC contest in Asia West. Simply because they were not invited and they have separate
The whole
schools.
schools were not invited into the contest.
So they had this idea to start a program which we now call the ICPC Algo Queen program. Originally started from there, and the initial purpose was to get this outreach to the schools that were not invited. And then later on let them learn about this and develop it during their university studies. But starting from high schools first, which would increase the number of female at the computer science degrees, for example. And it worked out really well. So this year we had more than 4,000 participants in this program. And it's an online program where we provide trainings, where we provide competitions for girls from high schools and universities. And the winners get the chance to come to the World Finals as a volunteer. So like working with us. And the interesting fact is that once we have proven that this program was successful in one region, Asia West, we actually decided to open it up to other regions. So for instance, this year winner, she was from Georgia. Last year winner, she was from Japan. So that's a very interesting example. Like we, as the ICPC Global Foundation, we act as a catalyst for global initiatives. So once we see something good in one region, we definitely want to endorse it. And if it works out well in the specific region, why not opening it to the others? And in fact, many people were inspired one of these examples, and we're currently working on including more initiatives like this in the European region.
So we'll be looking forward to more and more female participants, and we will be looking at the floor today because there are girls down there who are competing very, very hard with their male counterparts. So thumbs up or holding your thumbs tight, as we say in Poland. Thank you very much for joining us in our studio. And let's get back down to the floor and see the faces of our contestants.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam and Bartek are back with me. You left me for half an hour? Not even that. And so many things have happened since you left. So the biggest change is that there is a new problem that has been solved by University of Vienna.
Yes, so far 3 problems have been solved. Actually, every single university has submitted a solution. Almost all of them, only one hasn't solved problem B yet, so that problem is almost cleared by every single team, and we have 3 problems so far that have been opened. So since we last talked, problem C has been solved.
And University of Vienna was the first team to solve it.
Yes.
But now we can see that there are more teams that have successfully solved problem C, and there's the problem E that we've talked previously about. And I'm looking at problem I as well. Somebody's trying to solve it, yeah?
Some teams have tried to solve it in the very beginning of the contest. The team that we have talked about attempted to solve it after 5 minutes of the contest, and they haven't tried ever since. So maybe they have realized that it is actually not as simple as they initially thought.
Yeah, but when we look at the scoreboard, which you can see right now, there's also problem G that some people try to solve. University of Zagreb, we can see right now. So maybe we'll see some new problems soon. We'll see.
I'm an amateur compared to you. You're professionalists. You have been contestants at ICPC or other championships. Please tell me, as an amateur, how do you look at the problem when you first see it? How is it even possible to solve any problem in 6 minutes? How do you do it? You have to read the text, understand the text, and then create a program, make sure it's working, and then submit it. All in 6 minutes. Please tell me, how is it possible?
So I was the person that was trying to get the first solve in as many contests as possible. And for that, you just try to scan through the problem. You just don't read it. Like, there's a lot of text that you just don't need to read. There's not any necessary information. You just scan, look at the problem. Maybe there's a picture or something like this.
So then looking for some keywords.
Yeah, then you can guess maybe what the statement is. And then based on that, you can okay, I see what is happening. I probably know the solution. So I just implement the solution and submit, and that's it. So that's generally takes a couple of minutes, but you should do that as much as you can.
So how many lines of code do those easiest problems?
So for the easiest problems, I think it's more or less like 20, maybe 40 lines of code, depending on the problem. But for these problems, you generally submitted similar problems in the past, so you know exactly what you want to do. Maybe there is some slight variation somewhere, but it's something that you pretty regularly encountered in the past, so you know how to solve this.
Right now, we're looking at one of those source codes, and yeah, it's not very long. I'm writing a simple app myself at home, and it's for my business, and it's like thousands of lines of code long. And those programs are what? Few tens?
At most, they are 200, 300 slides of code.
So they're not long?
No, they are.
But they're very smart. They're incredibly smart.
Yes, I think a lot of people who are not very experienced would have a hard time even trying to implement that, let alone implement it in 70, 100 lines.
What about understanding what's there? Is it easy to understand the code? I'm trying.
I think it's not hard to understand the lines of code, what they are doing, because the language at which the teams are implementing is pretty simple, but getting the whole context of the algorithm is really challenging and requires not looking at the implementation, but actually at the idea behind it.
Okay, so I will leave you with the context, with the problems, and with the teams, because our viewers, our audience, of course, wants to understand what's going on the floor. I'll leave you to it.
Thank you. Yes, so we can actually maybe look at the ranking and see how some teams reacted to solving.
Yes, we actually can show you how teams reacted to the submissions and seeing the verdicts of the submission. So if we can do that, that would be great. Successfully submitted the first problem. So if we can show the replay of that team.
I think we are having some technical issues right now.
We are having
so
some
maybe
small technical problems.
Maybe we can actually look at about what the teams are actually solving right now. If we look at ETH Zurich, they seem to be coding a solution to some problem. We can look at the file name. It's called c.cpp. So they are attempting to solve problem C. I'm not sure if they have any previous attempts on that problem. It seems like no.
No. What is kind of interesting that even when we have 3 open problems, there's not a single team that solves 3 problems. So every team knows that there's one problem that other teams have solved, but they don't. So they can work on that problem.
Yes, problem E has been solved a while ago, and it doesn't seem like it was actually a very easy problem. It maybe just was a problem that some teams are really, really good at solving, perhaps some math problem.
What is very surprising to me is the amount of wrong solution on problem C. We can see there's a lot of teams that had several attempts. One of the most interesting cases is University of Warsaw that attempted this problem 8 times, but finally succeeded. So maybe there's some very specific corner cases or something that they might encounter in this problem that makes it more difficult. Okay, can we try once again to show a replay? Is it possible? We would like to show a replay of a team. So if you can try to show us the view of the team. Oh, now it works, so we can see. This is University of Wrocław solving problem B, which was the first successful submission of the contest. So we see they are waiting for the solution. They also have this giant screen when they can see, and yeah, they finally succeeded. We can also see for the University of Vienna, that was the first team that submitted problem C, which we'll show in a moment. Yes, so now we want to show the University of Vienna. Okay, so now we see this was the first successful submission for problem C. We see this is a very interesting gesture, but they were probably very proud of themselves that they solved it.
So actually we could see behind them, there was a person that was reaching for a balloon. That's a very iconic thing about ICPC contests. For every single problem that a team solves, they get a balloon of their respective color, and so we can see that the contest hall is filling up with balloons. So far there is only the blue balloon that represents the problem B, but I think we will be seeing a lot of balloons flying around.
So as far as I know, right now almost every single team solved problem B,
yes,
except for
52 out of 53 teams.
So there's one more balloon for this problem waiting for the team, but after that we won't see any more blue balloons if I look at the contest venue.
Yes, and actually, because most of the teams solved problem B and other problems don't seem to be that popular, we are actually not having any submissions. So maybe we can see at what the teams are trying to do in the meantime. Can look at the top teams. I think they are still attempting to be the first team to have three problems solved. I'm not sure if we can see any other problem being implemented right now.
Maybe we can talk a little bit how the teams qualify to the World Finals from this competition. So we have 4 regions: Central European region, Northwestern European region, Southwestern European region, and Southeastern European region. From each of these regions, there's a regional contest. Our Central European one was in Wrocław, I want to say 2 months ago.
I think so, yes.
From this regional contest, 2 teams already qualified for the World Finals, which will take place this year in Dubai. And remaining 13 teams, if I'm not mistaken, come to this competition. And then from this competition, only 8 teams will qualify to the World Finals. So we can see that there are some teams that already qualified. So, for example, University of Cambridge already qualified from their regional.
Yes, and the scoreboard actually displays that thing next to the place. We can see that ETH Zurich is on the 2nd place, but they already qualified, so they are not taking the slot from any other team.
Yes, so right now we see that Karlsruhe University, Charms University of Technology, University of Vienna, École Polytechnique, University of Wrocław, Delft University of Technology, Hasso-Platter Institute, and University van Amsterdam will qualify to the World Finals if nothing changes. But of course, we are still only 1 hour into the competition, so there will be a lot of changes, a lot of submissions, and hopefully a lot of successful submissions.
And as we say that the team has solved problem B, and that means that all of the teams now solve this problem, I don't think we're going to have a lot of more solutions coming in, because problem C and problem E still have only four accepted solutions each.
So it took barely 1 hour and 4 minutes for all of the teams to solve at least one problem, which is one of the check marks when you think about a very successful competition. One of them is at least one problem is solved by every single team. Every problem is solved by one team, but there's not a single team that solves all of the problems.
One very interesting thing worth noting, we can see on the news bar right now that Huawei team has solved problem J, and only we have that knowledge right now. The contestants don't see that on their scoreboard, so maybe that problem will be solved next. That's a hint for us to look for teams that are submitting that problem, but it will not be displayed on the scoreboard.
We can also see that Google team, which is another sponsored team, has attempted problem G, which I believe was not solved yet or even attempted yet by any other team. So we should mention that we have also sponsored teams in the competitions. So they participate unofficially, but they still can solve the same problems, and they can compare their employees with the normal participants, which is a very interesting opportunity. And we see that Huawei, Google, and I believe Capital is the last sponsor team that participate in this contest.
Yes. Maybe we can actually look at their screen right now and see how they reacted to solving problem J. The first.
Yeah, we can try that. A very little smile.
Barely any reaction to solving that problem.
But I believe they also solved problem B, and they had a little bit better reaction. Can we also show that? That would be great. You see they're very excited. Yeah, it was successful.
Yes, as a sponsor team, you don't have any pressure to compete on the highest level, so you're only left with the joy of being able to solve some of those problems.
I said it earlier, I think they are the most excited team on the contest hall right now.
True.
Okay, so we are now waiting for another problem to be solved by some team, but we're also waiting for the first team to solve 3 problems.
First official team to solve.
Official team to solve 3 problems. We should have also mentioned that Huawei currently have 3 problems, so they are
if we look at ETH Zurich, which is positioned on Gold right now, they are attempting to solve problem A. We can look at their code. That's another spoiler for some of you participating later. I think they are solving a geometry problem. We can see that they are having some structs of points.
What is interesting to me, they are discussing this problem together, which is pretty rare at the very beginning of the competition, which is the first hour. But we see that they are discussing this problem with two people. So they are both involved in this problem, and we see that there's maybe the third person trying to solve another problem. But usually at the, I want to say, first hour of the competition, maybe first 2 hours, people try to solve the problems individually, do not try to bother other team members, but they decided to work on this problem together, which might work for them, might not, we'll see.
One of the things Professor Jan Madej, one of the things Professor Jan Madej told me at the beginning of today's coverage was that it's really risky to share your ideas with other participants, with other people on your team, because if your idea is wrong, you're going to infect minds of your colleagues with that bad idea. Has it happened to you?
But if your idea is correct and you're really close to solving the problem, it can also help you. So I think you need to be careful around what to share and when to share, but it definitely helps to have another person fact check you and make sure that you're not doing something crazy. Maybe make sure that you haven't misread the statement. What some people can do is think independently for a while, have their own interpretation of what's happening in the problem, and then consult each other while having their own ideas on what's happening.
So we will continue on fact-checking later on. Thank you for now. It was great to hear your insight and opinion. And for the time being, we will get down to our floor again and see how particular teams are doing.
Oczywiście.
Rafał Sikorski, Director of Foundation for the Development of IT in Poland and Deputy Director of today's competition, is my guest. Nice to have you here.
Nice to meet you again.
Yeah, because we meet regularly, at least once a year during the Polish finals. You've been the Deputy Director of World Finals. That was back in 2012.
Yeah, in the same hall.
In the same hall, exactly the same venue. But, 14 years have passed.
Yeah.
What has changed?
First from my point of view, 2010 was most important in my life because I met such nice people like Bill Poucher, Professor Krzysztof Dix, and Professor Jan Madej. They changed, first of all, my attitude to perspective for young students, young generation.
Are you a developer yourself?
No, I am a lawyer.
So
I am a typical lawyer.
How did you become involved in the IT community here in Poland?
Yes. First of all, it was idea of my also past chair, my Dean of Faculty of Law in the University of Warsaw, Professor Tadeusz Tomaszewski. He suggested me to involve to such an event like ICPC World Finals in Warsaw. And that time I met Krzysztof and Jan, and right now they are my friends.
And you're one of the main people here in Poland who actually turn the wheels of that machine. What was the hardest thing about European finals?
From my point of view, the most important was to coordinate everything because our system must be changed to be prepared for international competition. Additionally, a lot of judges from other countries. It means, but setup from organization aspect was the same. Foundation of IT development, as you told us, make such events minimum one per year. We are organizing also Olympiad of Informatics for young students and Informatics for junior from preschool students.
All the organizers and coaches who are involved in ICPC for many years have told me that this competition changes rapidly, that there is a steep curve of difficulty of the problems. So ICPC changes from year to year, and I'm wondering if over the 13 years of your history with ICPC, you see a big change of the attitude of contestants, of the composition of teams, the big change in the problems they are solving?
Yes, I think so. First of all, world is changing, and attitude of young students. You told us many years ago. From my perspective, young talented people, this type of competition was the wheel of changing for their life. Okay. Not only for the student life, but only for business. Many our past students from University of Warsaw involved to their own companies and start big business in Poland. But right now, young students change right now. Generation our is more interesting to other part. Starting in such a competition is not their own daily business.
That's quite interesting because I thought that they need to practice more today than they used to years back. This is what I've been. I was told that the problems today are becoming so hard that without an excessive training, there's no chance you could solve any of the problems that are being presented here.
Yes, you're right. But the problem is that it's not so many students to want to spend so much time. Okay. This is the reason, from my perspective, is changing.
So the motivation years back was much bigger because being here guaranteed a good job.
Good job, good business, good perspective to go abroad, for example. And start also grants, education grants, to study in other universities. Right now, I think it's the problem. Yes, very very hard. As you see, for example, I see the scoreboard before. I know from our judges that this year tasks are really hard.
Is there anything special that you prepared today for the teams that would distinguish you from other finals? Have you prepared any surprise? Of course, we don't want to spoil surprises, but is there anything being prepared so that the ceremony will be really extraordinary?
I think we have some surprises for the award ceremony. Especially from cultural aspect. They will have some surprise from University of Warsaw. University of Warsaw always try to give not only the organization aspect, but also the part of culture of Poland, of Warsaw, to see that we are not only good in IT, but also have something more to give to Europe, to the world. And this is also the idea of foundation of the IT development. We try to find the best of the best from young students to give them opportunity to start a new part of their life.
Being deputy director, I'm sure you have millions of tasks, but between those tasks, do you have any time to actually talk to students to find out their attitude, their emotions, to find out who they are?
I try. During the championship, it's very hard to find the time. But before and after, always, I tell you that I always try, even I am involved also in normal daily work, for example, to be a part of a team of University of Warsaw. And I always try to be not only a director of a team of University of Warsaw, but also a friend of the students, to give time, to be even the time to go to the beer, yes, to talk with them, to give them support. I am a lawyer. I cannot give them support, for example, how to solve a problem. But I can.
This is what the coach is for, right?
This is the role of the coaches, co-coaches. We have very good co-coaches in Warsaw. But also, right now there is a lot of good universities in Europe, in the world, especially in Europe. Europe is very, very strong region. I think maybe not the most strong, but very strong region. And I think the university in Europe giving very big opportunity to the best students to develop them. But the starting in the contests, such this contest, it's not the essence of the life. University is a spirit. Also a spirit of ICPC, and if you want to join to ICPC family, you must know that this is a game changer of your life.
Well, having support of 500,000 alumni, we've been talking about it before, 500,000 people all over the world. It's a great community. And as you said, many of those people, many of the alumni have either joined big companies or they have founded their own. So I imagine that going to them and saying, I'm also an ICPC contestant makes your life much, much easier.
Yes, for sure. And also, I am proud to be a part of ICPC family. And from my perspective, for example, I am proud that I, for example, can say that Kuba Pachocki is my friend, Tomasz Czajka is my friend, Andrzej Gąsienica-Samek is my friend. Many, Filip Wolski, very, very talented informatic programmers.
So you've mentioned a few names. Those are names
only few
of participants,
only few,
and guys who then joined biggest companies like SpaceX or ChatGPT, OpenAI. So this is really interesting. Tell me, you said that you have some relations with team members, and you see how their attitude towards life evolves. And this sounds very interesting to me. So you're saying that throughout the years, throughout the last 14 years, which is not a very long time, those young people look at life in a very different way. What's the most striking difference that you've been observing?
I think right now first of all, they change attitude, as I told you in the beginning. And I think that right now, I don't know if it's good or bad, but many young people change thinking about the principles. Right now,
the priorities in the life change. But I'm wondering, are you talking in the global scale? So there is less and less people who are motivated enough to be part of ICPC and similar contests, or even those who come to ICPC are a bit less motivated than their older colleagues?
I am talking that from my perspective, of course, if you want to, for example, be a champion, to be a medalist, you must hard, as you told, a lot of. This is right now, and you must spend a lot of time, free time, not only regular training in university, not only personal trainings at home, but, for example, going to other competition to be as good as you can. It's a lot of time. And right now, as you know, it's not, for example, something bad, but not a lot of people, not many people spend so many private time to do such a thing, from my perspective.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, and thank you for being here. I know you have a lot of tasks, so I don't want to take more time away from you.
It was a great pleasure to meet you, and you know, you are also a part of ICPC family.
I do feel like one.
Yeah, and we will meet today also in the award ceremony.
Yes, we will in a few hours. Rafał Sikorski, Deputy Director of ICPC Europe here in Poland. Thank you.
Thank you
very much. And let's get down to the floor to again see our contestants. So I'm back here with our experts. Great to have you here, guys. Again, I'm wondering what's changed and what other comments you have. But before I will leave you with our viewers, I'd like to ask you, going back to what Rafa was talking about just a few minutes ago, what changed in your life thanks to your connection to ICPC?
I think the biggest thing for me is meeting amazing people. There are some people that probably I would never cross my path with, and now I can meet all of these amazing scientists, amazing businessmen and everything. So yeah, that was for me the biggest thing.
That was for Bartek, and for you, Adam?
Yeah, I agree that the community here is really amazing, and you don't get a chance to meet so many brilliant people at the same place as you get on these types of competitions.
You are one of those brilliant people, so I'm really great. I have a chance to have met you, and now it's time for you to look at the board and tell our viewers what's actually going on.
Yes, so actually not much has changed since we last talked here. Problem C has overcome problem E in the amount of accepted solutions. There's now 10 teams that solved problem C, only 6 teams that solved problem E. And we have 2 teams that solved both of those problems. But it doesn't seem like problem J is going to be solved by any of the teams right now.
Do you have any guesses how much time it will take for the teams to solve another problem?
I hope that problem J, the one that we saw being solved by Huawei team, will be solved within the next, let's say, 30 minutes, so that it will be solved in the first 2 hours of the contest.
The problem is that we know that this problem was solved by Huawei, but the teams on the competition hall, they don't know about it, so they might be a little bit unset on what problem they would try to solve right now.
Yes, I think we can take a sneaky peek at what the teams are doing right now and see if any of them is trying to solve something. We can see that Alexandria University is trying to solve problem H. That one we have not seen before.
But they also haven't written that much code for this problem. We can see just a couple of lines, a couple of for the loops, and that's it.
Yes, last time we left ETH Zurich trying to solve problem A. They are still doing that. So maybe that's a really difficult problem. They don't seem to have a lot of code. They are still implementing some geometry here.
But we know that this is a geometry problem, though, so we know that this problem will take a while to implement. But after they succeed doing that, they will have a lot of advantage over other teams.
Yes. Chalmers University, I'm not sure what they are doing right now. J-test,
that's interesting.
I think they are solving problem J. J-test seems to be a stress testing thing. They have j.cpp next to it. So maybe they are just trying to debug that problem. We can maybe take a look at what they are doing right now. Problem J is the one that Huawei team solved before. It seems to have some bit masks happening there.
So speaking of this problem, would you like to introduce it? I know that you were involved in preparation of this problem.
Yes, maybe I can actually show it on the screen. I'm not sure if that's possible. Oh, yes.
Yes, we can see it.
So I can just leave this problem for people at home that want to read it. But in this problem, we have a bunch of people that are covering some intervals of time. And we need to choose we need to tell how many subsets of people are there such that if we look at the intersection of the times there, it's covering at least m time slots. I believe the problem statement is something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the solution, as usual with limits like k up to 20, is some kind of bit mask thing. We are treating each time slot as some bit mask of which people have managed to cover that interval. I think it was some SOS-DP problem for people that are participants. They will probably know what that is, but that's not a very easy problem. That's definitely at least a medium-level problem.
Mm-hmm.
But I think most teams here would be able to solve that problem.
Is it possible for someone that is not very familiar with DP problems, especially the SOS-DP problems, to solve this one?
I think that would not be possible, no. I think this problem requires knowledge of SOS-DP, it requires understanding of it, some tricks around it, and only after you know all of those you can attempt to solve that problem. So some experienced people will not have a hard time with it, but only because they have that set of knowledge. I think there is, you definitely need to know SOS-DP. Maybe from that you can figure out what the solution is, but I think that might be a roadblock for some people.
Maybe one thing that we should mention, that every team is allowed to bring a library of submissions or previous codes, so they can try to implement a bunch of known algorithms and data structures, and they can just try to use this library for these problems. I don't think that actually this problem will be, like the library will be useful for this problem, but for some other problems, maybe there's some flow or some other very known algorithm that is very difficult to implement, so they can use this helper for them to implement this data structure or an algorithm.
I think you can bring 20 pages, if I'm
25, if I'm not mistaken.
25. That's quite a lot. Do you think that's actually really useful, all of that? Because I know that some algorithms like flow are much easier to just write by looking at it, but
I think it is useful. I don't think it's too much. I don't think it's too little. When I look at some of the libraries, I was able to look at some of them yesterday. They were packed. Like there was like not a single piece of paper that was not covered with some code. So I think a lot of teams will find it useful. I also noticed they also have mathematical formulas. Some of them have some like physics formulas as well. So they also might be ready for that as well. But I would be very surprised if they require like physics formulas.
Yeah, if you can solve a problem that requires a deep understanding of an algorithm, I don't think you necessarily need to re-implement it by looking at it. I think you know it by heart if you can manipulate it in a lot of different ways.
But it might be faster, like when you just try to rewrite the thing that you already written and you have it in front of yourself, it's probably way faster to just copy that from the paper.
Did you have any training with your library so that you're more familiar with what's happening in there?
Yes, like we had a couple of versions of the libraries, and usually for all of the trainings we try to have it with ourselves. But it's also like training is also a good opportunity to improve your library. For example, we might implement something that we haven't implemented before, so then we can add it to the library. But then because of this limit of 25 pages, maybe we have to remove something, which is might be also a little bit painful. So there was a discussion like what we actually need in this library. I believe like we also try to look at what other teams have in their libraries. Sometimes we try to steal some of their codes because we find them useful. I think I've never used anyone else's solution for any problem because it is difficult when you don't understand it because someone else implemented it. So it is much better to implement it yourself and then you can reuse it because you know exactly what is happening. And if something has to change, you know where to change this thing.
Yeah, especially when the library has to be so packed, you cannot really make a nice documentation for all of the code, so you really need to be familiar with every single line. Did it ever happen to you that something in that library was bugged? Because I had some friends that...
I've heard about several situations like this, but I think it never happened to me. Usually, we try to test it. I know that right now even some special online judges when you can test the library. So for us, we never had this problem that something was bugged. Do we want to take a look at another problem? Maybe problem B, because it was solved by almost... Right now, I think it's every single team solved problem B, so we can take a look at this problem.
Yes, we can bring it up on the screen if that's possible.
Yeah, we can see it.
So in this problem, we have a grid.
Can we see the picture? I believe there's a picture.
Yes,
yeah,
we can scroll down
better.
for the picture. We have a grid that's n by n. We split it by lines, by vertical and horizontal lines, and we get some kind of regions that have different sizes, just varying by the width time heights. All of them are rectangular, and we are trying to play a NIM game on that. The NIM game...
Each zone is a separate NIM game, is that correct?
Yes, no. Each zone is a stack of the NIM game. So we play a NIM game where these stacks are all of the regions.
I see.
And so the problem authors actually explained what the strategy for the NIM game is. It's quite surprising for people that have never heard of it, because what we do is we take all of the sizes and we XOR it. And after XOR, if it's 0, then we don't have a winning strategy, otherwise we do.
So we see that the easiest problem is not only the interesting problem, but it's also educational problem, because they can learn something new.
Yes, I think what might have happened behind the scenes is somebody created a problem about NIM and wanted to just end it with print who has the winning strategy, but maybe there was some discussion around whether it actually adds a lot of value to the problem or not, and maybe it was considered that that they should actually just say, okay, this is the NIM strategy, it's just a knowledge barrier, so maybe that's not very important for that problem.
So I know that you are a very famous problem setter. Can you tell me a little bit about your journey, how you invent new problems?
So it depends whether I, for what contest, what type of problem I want to problem set. Sometimes it's as simple as just looking at a problem, thinking, can I make it even harder, even more painful for some of the participants? And sometimes that's possible. It's just about thinking about a hard problem, being able to solve it. That's an important aspect of setting hard problems. Yeah, and sometimes it's actually the opposite. When I set problems that are supposed to be more educational for my students, I look at a really hard problem and I look, can I just take one single bit of that? Is that really interesting? Do I want my students to learn this single trick? Can I make one single problem about something like that? And sometimes it's just that I think of some really interesting scenario. Maybe something happens in my life. Maybe I see something on the street and I think, could that be made into a problem?
Has it ever happened that you made a problem too difficult?
No, because we have a lot of different types of competition. It depends on what you mean by too difficult. If too difficult for a contest that I gave it at, then yes, that has happened before. But if a problem is really hard, you can always just give it to, for example, EUC. We have a bunch of Polish competitions that are supposed to be really hard. So all of the hard problems just instantly go there. But yeah, that sometimes happens where I underestimate how hard the problem is, because maybe I knew something or I forgot how much I struggled with a problem because it was a while ago, and I think that it's a good problem to give to juniors, and then it turns out that it was not a good idea at all.
Perhaps maybe we can take a look at the scoreboard one last time, if that is possible.
Yes, so we still have no other correct solutions. Actually, problem J is not popular at all. Nobody has even attempted to solve it, which is quite surprising to me. I thought that this would be a problem that will at least be attempted by multiple teams. Maybe it's possible that teams are just stuck on samples.
So right now we are waiting for new problems to be solved, but right now we can see the contest hall, and we'll be back soon.
Opinion of the problems being solved here?
Really hard.
Really hard.
We have almost 2 hours into the contest, and only 3 problems have been opened by the competitors.
Few months back, during the Polish finals, at this time of the competition, at this stage of competition, we had at least half of the problems solved, and here we are struggling. Tell me, how are different countries doing? Do we see? Can we?
Yes. So
point to the leader.
The leader right now, it's Romanian University Alexandru. Then we have a German university, a Danish university, a university from Netherlands, a Swiss university.
So we don't see a single country that is like higher.
Yeah, there is no dominant country. There's a lot of teams that are from mixed nationalities. They just come to a really good university, and they need to qualify to the team that will actually go to the EUC. So it's not really as country-based as it is for the high school level.
I must ask, since we're in Poland, how's Poland doing? How are Polish teams doing?
So we have the Wrocław University of Technology on the second place, on the 12th place. They have a bronze medal right now. They solved 2 problems. And other than that, there's Jagiellonian University that also solved 2 problems, but with a worse time penalty. So they are on the 18th spot, and then 21st and 22nd, University of Warsaw and Wrocław, which is quite surprising because they are really strong participants, and they are on the bottom of teams that solve 2 problems, and on the top, University of Wrocław.
Is actually the first team that solved only 1 problem, but they're working on the geometry problem, which is very difficult.
And we have to remember that strategies are very different in different teams. So sometimes they withhold answers and solutions to mislead other teams, knowing that they will get the penalty for submitting their solutions late.
But I don't think that's going to happen if there's so little problems that have been solved so far. We don't know if the winning team will only have like 4 or 5 problems. Maybe that can happen if the problems are that difficult.
That's really intriguing. So we will be going back to this in-depth discussion later on. For now, thank you guys, and we will be moving on to our next guest in just a few seconds. So right now with me is Alicja Kluczek. Nice to have you here.
Nice to meet you.
You have been a participant in ICPC before. Tell me, when was that and which team you were at?
So I was on EUC 2 years ago, on the very first EUC, and I was representing Nicolaus Copernicus University. They are over there fighting this day as well.
How do you remember being here and participating as a contestant?
So it was fun. Like, the problems are very hard, but also it's fun to solve them. But I would say much more stressful than being on the other side, than being a volunteer.
Because today you're a volunteer, but you've been everything you could possibly be on those ICPC competitions and championships. You've been a volunteer, a technical crew, sysops, as you call yourselves. So what is the hardest?
So it really depends. From the stress perspective, I would say participants, because you have, like the most to win. You can win the entry to the World's Finals. Sysops, or like the administration, the technical administration, I would say is stressful from the perspective of what can go wrong. A volunteer is, I would say, not stressful that much, but I was scared that my balloon won't be tied properly.
So which balloons were you responsible for?
Oh, I think I brought few.
I was very happy that I brought my university balloon. They were very proud when I came. So that was fun, but generally, I think too many teams.
For the past several hours, I've been talking to organizers of today's championships about how the attitude of participants, of young people just like you, is changing throughout times, how the motivation shifts from spending lots of time, of your private time on practicing, towards just having fun and enjoying your life. How do you see what do you think about taking part in ICPC as a young person, as a student, knowing how much time you have to put into this?
So I think this is one of the best things you can do as a computer science student, because it is a competition. You go somewhere, for example, to Warsaw, but not only. You meet many people that have very, very similar hobby as you, right? Like sitting at front of your computer, solving hard problems. So that's the fun part. You can meet more people. Some friendships last years. And also, there are a lot of people that are competitive. And this is the fun part, right? That you sit there, you can compete against very bright people.
And you're one of them, let's not forget. We also talked today before about women in IT, girls in those teams. Were there other girls on your team, or were you the only one?
So in my team, I was the only girl. But remember, there are 3 people in a team. So still 33% is quite a lot. I think there are more and more girls in top teams, for example. This year's national finals was won by a team with a girl, with Paulina. She's on, I think, in this room as well.
So for you personally, joining those kinds of competitions, was it hard? Was you being a female a factor you had to think about, or you just didn't care?
I would say for me it was not a factor, because I was participating in competitions when I was still in high school. So that was just a continuation of my work. But I would say that having other girls competing is always a motivation factor. You have a role model that you can look up to. For example, in my high school, we had a very, very strong girl, a year above me, and she was a role model for me.
Do you still keep in touch?
Like sometimes when we meet, we talk. Yes.
And what does she do? Is she also a developer? Is she also?
Right now, yes, but I'm long past my university, so. Yeah, also long past the competitions.
Are you engaged in encouraging other women, other girls to compete?
Actually, yes. So there is European Girls Olympiad in informatics, organized for a few years already. In the first 3 or 4 editions, I was a team lead. So I was leading the group of 3 or 4, depending on the year, participants. We're going around the world, competing. Last year I couldn't join, but what we also started is a camp for the best girls in Poland. We also joined the German and Swiss team, so we have an international camp where we train the girls for the competitions. They can meet because this is one of the problems, that they don't necessarily come from one place, and such a camp can make them actually meet each other. Not during the competition.
And where are the camps organized? Are they in Poland or somewhere else in Europe?
So that's the fun part. We do a camp in different countries every year.
Okay.
So we had one in Switzerland, we had one in Germany, and we had one in Poland.
And this year, where is it going to be?
So this year we went full circle. So we again organized it in Poland. This year in Wrocław.
Okay. So it's in one of bigger cities. It's not somewhere, out in the nature.
One of the camps I think in Switzerland was in the middle of the mountains, so views were amazing. The first one in Poland was in Toruń. This is where I studied, so it was the easiest to organize. And the one in Germany was in, I would say, middle-sized town. So it is different every year.
Why do you think it is important to encourage girls to get into IT and programming?
So I think that girls are as good as boys in programming, and the more girls are in programming, the more good developers we have.
So the reason there aren't as many girls as boys on those teams is what? Is like the culture, is us being accustomed to seeing more men in IT? What do you think?
It's a tough question. So I'm sure there is not one simple answer to that. I think the things are changing. So the more welcomed you are to the environment, the more likely you are to start. So for example, I think that existence of Olympiad for girls makes more girls participate, or at least try, right? And the more people try, the more good people emerge from that group.
I really sincerely hope that you being here and talking about all this will encourage some of our viewers, or maybe their siblings, family members, friends, to get more involved and interested, and maybe start being afraid of making the first step. Let's go back to today's championships. How do you see this event from the perspective of a volunteer? What have you been doing so far, apart from handing the balloons?
So we do, I would say, all of the organizational stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, when participants need help, we help them. When something is broken, we escalate to technical crew. We don't only bring balloons, but also we bring the printouts. So sometimes participants don't want to solve the problem on the computer. They want to print out the code and actually debug it on the paper.
That's crazy, isn't it? 21st century and still the paper rules.
Yeah, but you have to remember that there is only one computer per team, right? So sometimes you can debug one problem on the paper, while another contestant of your team solves another problem.
Yeah,
so this way you can parallelize.
You said that you escalate to sysops if something gets broken. What gets broken?
I hope nothing. I hope nothing gets broken today. But if there is any problem with a computer, we don't really encourage contestants to fix the computer, right? We have a specialized crew for that.
Okay. Any crazy stories from the backstage that you could tell us about, or is it our secret?
Any secret story? I would say that being a contestant is the nice part, that you don't know what happens in the backstage, and I would keep it a secret.
What do contestants do for throughout the whole stay? In this case, in Poland, because the championship is today, but it has been inaugurated on Friday. There was also Saturday, so there are at least few days that they spend in Warsaw. In this year's case, what do they do?
So typically, they come a day or two before the competition, so they can register. They can see a town a bit. I hope they get enough sleep, but I guess some of them are stressed enough not to sleep that much. When I was a participant, we always benefited from the fact that we are abroad and we can see cool places, try new food, meet new participants. We played a lot of card games, for example. It's a nice opportunity to meet people. But generally, I would say the first few days are very stressful, because you feel the tension that the competition is going to start.
Yeah.
And after the competition, it's much better. You are very relaxed. This is the moment you can sightsee in without any problems. Yeah.
So when are the participants going back home? Today we've got the ceremony, the award ceremony, and I thought they will be leaving quite soon after, but...
I guess it depends.
Okay.
They may stay for a day or two, right? Like Warsaw is very pretty. There is so much to see here.
Even in winter.
Yeah. I hope they will see something cool here.
So to sum up our conversation, tell me what ICPC has changed in your life. How has it influenced you as a person, as a human being?
I think it's changed a lot in me, especially being on the technical committee side, because I learned to organize people, software, when you have a very high pressure of time, because the competition is ongoing, right? You have to fix things. Also, being the contestant, you learn how to work in a team, how to split the tasks, how to communicate well, because you have very short amount of time. I know 5 hours sounds like a lot, but it's not when you sit over there. You have few minutes to solve the first problem, to get a balloon for the first solver. So you learn how to deal with pressure. You meet new friends. I think that this is something that changed a lot in my life. I met so many cool people.
I'm glad I met you, a very cool person. Thank you very much for being with us, and wish you all the best in your life and today, of course, as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And before we move on to our next guest, I'd like to get back to the floor and see what the participants are doing right now.
Я ще не почав. І ти подивись. Значить, я би за перформі, я просто розписав, який перформі є. Давай, дивись, тобі пояснити, як перформі, чи на семплі пояснити?
Давай на семплі.
На семплі, добре. Значить, я на 23. Значить, порахуємо для них відповідні ці. ДП1 – це є відповідь на префікс. Що у нас може бути серед двох чисел? У нас може бути плюс помножити або дописати. Тоді ДПшка – це просто їхня сума. Тобто це буде 6 плюс 5 плюс 20.
Dan heb ik een deel wat ik vastzet en een deel wat ik niet vastzet. Ja. Ik zat daar te kijken dan bij 5, 7. 加減啦。跟住佢對一堆 short， 如果我 take B 加減啦，咁我有堆
一堆即係每
一堆 consecutive equal， 因為我 at least P 加減啦，我要 decreasing，
即係 non-decreasing， 然後等要 permutation 係
唔係啊，即係你係一
即係好多 permutation 嗰班係啊，但係你 permutation 嗰班係個 graph。
我每一次揾，每一次揾 SK， 每一次揾條 rate 最細嗰個。
My next guest today is Bartosz Klin from Oxford University. It's a pleasure to have you here again, I must add, because the last time we've met was a few months back during the Polish finals.
That's correct.
Of ICPC. What are your emotions? What is your general attitude today, looking at those wonderful teams from all over Europe here in Warsaw?
Well, everybody's excited. It's a great competition. So European Championship is rather unusual. It's different from regionals because there are no weak teams here. Everybody's already had some success in the regionals. They're advanced here, and all these regionals in Europe are quite strong. So, there's plenty of candidates to win this.
And even though we have such strong teams, we don't see many problems being solved. It's really hard today.
I'm very happy to see that because personally I find it quite frustrating to see competitions where in the first hour of the competition 6 problems are solved. That's kind of boring, isn't it? It becomes a sprint rather than an intellectual challenge. But right now, we'd already have 2 hours competition over, and the top teams have solved only 3 problems. That's the kind of problems that I'm talking about. It's great. So the judges did an excellent job this time. I'm very happy to see that.
So you're the fan of big problems.
I'm a fan of very difficult problems. It should be like that.
You have been participating in those championships a few years back. Have you had a chance?
Yeah, 30 years back.
I didn't want to say that. Have you had a chance to look into the problems today? Did you see?
My rule is I never look at the problems until the team tell me about them after the competition.
Because the other thing I must add is that you're a coach of the team.
That's right.
And how is your team? How are your teams generally doing over time?
Oh, well, that depends very much on the day. So sometimes the start is very strong. Sometimes it's a disaster. So part of my job as a coach is to prepare them mentally for any situation that might encounter in the first hour, so that they never panic and they never get overexcited if it's going too well. I think that today they're doing moderately well for them. They've solved 2 problems already. I think they probably are quite frustrated by now. Well, that's okay. They're used to it.
Rafał Sikorski, the deputy director of today's championships, told me that he sees some gradual change in attitude of young people towards participating in such championships. They have to sacrifice a lot of their private life, a lot of the best times of their life, being students and all. Do you see the same with your students at Oxford University?
You see, the students in Oxford University have already sacrificed most of their private life anyway. So I don't think that's such a major chance. I think in Oxford, but I think in many other places, we push our students extremely hard just for their coursework. So these competitions, they add a little, but it doesn't change their life quite so significantly as their studies. I don't think I've ever worked half as hard as my students do.
So you were a lazy person compared to your students?
Absolutely.
I must say me too. But I don't have my students.
I wonder if they will see that.
They will. They will.
Oh, well.
And they will remind you what you said here. So for students in your particular university, do you think that this is kind of a distraction, or is it actually helping them to be better programmers, to be better software developers in the future? Does it make their careers, professional careers in the future, easier, or do they have more chances that are open or waiting for them?
It's both. It's both a distraction. So certainly, particularly in Oxford, where university terms are very short, they're just 8 weeks long. So whenever I want to steal the students away from teaching from a day or two, I need to ask for permissions, several people in fact. So it is a distraction. They miss a bit of teaching, they miss a bit of lectures, they miss a few classes, and that's a bit of a problem. At the same time, it certainly gives them advantages. So first of all, these competitions, especially if they have successful performances, it's something to put in your CV. So that's an advantage, but also the skills that they get. I think they make their careers a bit easier. So there are several serious employers all around the world who look quite carefully at the performance of these competitions. So it does give them an advantage. So it's both.
You had your experience on the Polish team, as you said, 30 years ago. And when you moved to work with students at Oxford University, have you seen any change, any difference between your colleagues, your former mates, and the ones, the young people you've met in Oxford? I
mean, the times have certainly changed. Since I was a student, so when I was a student, there was essentially no internet. Well,
it's hard to imagine, but yeah.
There was no internet infrastructure for taking part in these competitions online and practicing and training. Compared to what these young people do, we actually practice and train very little. So they spend much more time participating in various competitions. So they've seen when they enter this room here, they have seen a lot more problems, like 10 times more problems or more than we have encountered in our life. They have a lot more experience. We essentially used to gain most of our experience in competitions only. And how many competitions can you take in your life? 5, 10 at most. But these people take online competitions by the dozen, and it's a completely different preparation.
So their brains must be working in a completely different way as well. The speed of assimilating new information and using it in practical life, this must be totally different from the analog times.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. They're just much more experienced. So when I was finishing my competitive programmer career, when I was finishing my studies, I was a beginner compared to them, even if they are first-year students.
So what do you think they will do, knowing all this, having not only the knowledge, but also being able to use that knowledge in real life?
Well, right now in computing, nobody knows what anybody will do in 10 years or so. In the middle of an explosion of the field, and nobody knows where the pieces from that explosion will fall. So, yeah, I hope they're prepared for the future. Who knows?
Being a coach, tell me, what does it look like, from your perspective, to be part of ICPC or EUC championships? What does your visit look like? You come here a few days before, you stay a few days longer. What do you do in the meantime?
We come a day or so before. So normally so we were essentially in the same time zone as home, so we don't have to come much earlier to fight jet lag. So we came one day before, we'll stay for one day longer. So my job here is essentially just keep telling them to sleep well and get as much oxygen as in their brains as they can, because they tend to get nervous and they tend to do the terrible thing of trying to think about programming problems before the competition. That's a terrible thing to do. I tell them not to do that. Essentially, yeah. But right now, my job is just to tell them to relax and motivate them a little, perhaps. But that's it.
How do you become a coach? Where do you acquire all the competence to be this, guardian angel for students, telling them what they should or should not do and how they are supposed to lead their life during the competition and around them?
I suppose being a contestant yourself is a natural path, because then you immediately experienced at least a little. You know what is needed and what is not needed for a contestant, and it makes it much easier for you to help them. So that's a natural pathway. I think many coaches used to be competitors, and other than that, I don't really know. I suppose you just figure it out. It probably takes you a few years if you've never taken part in these competitions before, but eventually you get there.
And you have to have it within you. I mean, you have to have some kind of predisposition to do those things, probably.
Well, yeah, I suppose so. You need to, yeah, you probably have to like algorithms and like programming, and like the students. But I think most professors like students. I should hope so, at least.
How many students from Oxford University are into taking part in such events, such as ICPC?
So Oxford Computer Science is actually a small degree. We only have around 100 students in a cohort in a year. So, but a significant portion of them, significant share of them, are interested in competition. So we have in the British Championship, which is sort of the first tier of the competition. I gather around 20 teams, or 25 perhaps. So that's yeah.
From Oxford itself.
Yes, from Oxford.
25, and the
single
single year. Yeah, but knowing
it's not a single year.
Okay.
So I'm saying 100 people in the cohort times 4, that's 400 students altogether. So out of them, around perhaps 70 take part in the initial parts of the competition. So that's significant interest.
Yeah, that's 20%.
I don't even need to advertise, it's just come.
That's wonderful. But when we talked a few months back, you told me that there is a significant difference between the students you're working with and the ones here in Poland that you were used to. And the difference was that you have to start teaching your students how to participate in those events. Whereas in Poland, many kids, I mean kids literally, are beginning their journey as 10, 11-year-olds, and when they come to a university, they're already in the rhythm.
That's right. So I'm glad you remember that, because we spoke a couple of months ago. So that is true. So for most of Oxford students who take part in this initial stage of the competition, this competition is probably the first competition, the first at least in-person competition that they have been taking. Whereas for Polish students, with all the great industry of informatics Olympiad in high schools, they're already much more experienced, even in in-person competition. So that's a bit of a difference. Yeah, that's right. So they are not perhaps so used to competing. In competitive programming specifically in Oxford, not as used as the young people in Poland. There's a bit of a difference.
Oxford is a label on its own. I mean, if you tell anyone you're a graduate of Oxford, it opens so many doors for you. How does this compare to being an alumni of ICPC from your personal perspective?
I suppose it all depends on the place you're applying to. Yeah, there are certainly fewer gold medalists in ICPC World Finals than Oxford graduates. So in a sense, that's a more exclusive crowd. But I suppose, yeah, you just, both are useful. Should I?
Yeah, the microphone just fell off, but I hope we're going to figure it out.
Does this work?
Yeah, it should. I hope so. So you're saying it's one of the ways to get yourself in front of other candidates. Yeah, we will be now struggling with your microphone, so
ask for help.
Let's wait a few seconds, get it fixed, and we'll get right back to our interview. Okay, as we were struggling with the microphone, I hope it's going to work. Yeah, there are bigger problems. The man once...
you asked me a question.
Yeah, I was trying to ask you a question about whether taking part in ICPC, sacrificing a portion of your private life, is something that could actually make your career easier and more accessible in the future.
Let's say, yeah, there are certainly many companies in the world, if you plan to go to industry, that take this very seriously, and it does make your company. Yeah, it is certainly something that people put on their CVs with some success. Yes, it's certainly true.
So that brings me back to my initial question about about your students. Their motivation for taking part in ICPC might be a bit smaller, since Oxford is good enough label. So why have the next?
No,
I see your face.
Of course you're wrong. Their motivation is they just love this.
Okay.
They don't need anything else. No, it's not the. No. They don't. These people are not thinking about their careers at all right now. They just love solving problems. That's what they do. They love puzzles.
So what do you think we could do to encourage even more people, more students in all different countries around the world? ICPC is a global phenomenon. What can we do to encourage more people to have this kind of fun?
It's still, yeah, you say it's visible, but it's still, certainly visibility of this entire competitive programming business is something that should be promoted. ICPC, I think, is doing a great job promoting the brand to universities. I think promoting competitive programming in some form earlier on in young people's lives, at the high school level, is something that many countries neglect. I think Poland is doing an excellent job here, but it's quite exceptional. There are a few countries that do a very good job, but for example, the United Kingdom is absolutely terrible at this. So yeah, it's certainly there is a lot of work to be done in various countries to promote IOI, Olympiads in Informatics. I think that's the part we should focus on.
I hope will be small pieces of the whole puzzle that will help to solve that problem. Thank you very much for being with us. Bartek Klin, Oxford University. Thank you, Professor. And now we're getting down to the floor, looking at the team's screens, at their faces, to try to figure out what the progress is in solving the problems. So what you're seeing now is the balloon for first solve of problem J, which is handed over to the Delft University. Congratulations. And we're back in our studio. I am now with Ewa Gąsienica-Samek. Very nice to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
One of those people who animate the whole IT community in Poland, encouraging especially younger kids to start their career in developing, problem solving, which is absolutely great. And thank you for doing this. This is what makes our later on students so good in such Olympiads and championships as ICPC. Actually, Adam Gąsienica-Samek is your son. Adam, who is commenting on what's going on here. So congrats for having such a brilliant son.
Thank you.
Tell me about your initiatives and how you got involved, being a mathematician, how you got involved in this IT community in Poland.
Well, computational thinking is a very fundamental skill in today's world. And programming is the way we teach computational thinking. We have a few projects that we're involved in. One of them is a project that is meant to promote teaching programming among youngest students from the age of 10 to 14, 15. It's a computer science contest that begins with mathematics. So we do not expect our students to know the basics of programming. We begin with the mathematical problems, and then we introduce programming environment and the fundamental concepts of programming, and lead them through stage by stage, month by month, through these concepts.
It's an online community, right? Or do those kids meet in person?
It's a very big online community. This year we have 25,000 students in this project.
25,000.
Yes.
And those are all Polish students. Or is it international?
We did begin with the international community in Great Britain. So this year we have the British edition of our contest. But mostly we work with Polish students. We are hoping that in the future we will introduce it wider to the international community.
So this pretty much explains what Bartek Krin was talking about just a few minutes before, that in Poland we have really a very strong and growing community of educators, teachers, volunteers who engage kids in problem solving and acquiring IT skills. So the program we're talking about is called InstaKid. And
InstaLogic.
InstaLogic, sorry. And kids are encouraged to solve the problems, and the community grows. And what happens then? What happens after they graduate, after they are older than 15 or 16 years old? What do they do?
A lot of students that are interested in programming and get involved in programming pursue a technical education. So hopefully some of them will find their way to this stage in the future. But the main idea that we have promoting programming is not necessarily to educate programmers. What we want to do is we want to give our students fundamental skills for them to be thinking individuals that will make a difference in the future for our country.
Are you following their careers? Do you know what happens with those kids later on in their life?
So we have a 7-year time span, so it's not that long. But yes, we try to follow the careers of our students. Most of them go to high schools, picking mathematics, physics, and computer science subjects. I don't think any of our students are on the university level yet.
7 years, that's quite a short time span considering 25,000 kids already being involved.
Yes, I think that the success is due to the fact that we lead the students through the process of learning. And we don't expect them to know and just test their knowledge. So those that are hardworking and interested, those gain success.
As much as I do believe, and I truly do believe in children's genius, I know how important it is to engage good educators, their guides through life and knowledge. Where do you take all those teachers and educators from?
Actually, from universities. Most of our educators, and we have over 60 educators in our project, they're students of technical universities or universities. They are at such a stage of their life that they're willing to share their time and their very high qualifications with the younger generation.
And how does it work out? I mean, do you see that not only children are developing, evolving, but also the educators, those young people who teach them?
Definitely, definitely. We mentor them. so that they mentor the younger students. I think that they learn a lot. We keep in touch with those that graduate from university and move on with their lives to the jobs that they were training for. And they look back fondly on the time that they spent with their students and with us. So I hope, yes, I hope we make a small difference in their lives as well.
It sounds like a wonderful way of creating, building, and accumulating the human and social capital, which is as important as money or things, objects themselves.
Yes, I think that when you think what you can leave behind is the human capital and the impact you can have on other lives. I think that the computer science community is unique in this aspect. I had the pleasure of observing how my husband
who participated in ICPC years back.
Yes, and years back, as a high school student, he took part in different contests. I observed how he grew in this community, how he met so many great, wonderful people that were willing to give him their time. And now I observe that he's willing to share his time, and I can see that even our son finds pleasure in sharing his time and his abilities.
That's why
with the
he's
next generation.
with us here today, and he's actually coming in the studio in just a few seconds. So thank you very much. It was a great pleasure. It's wonderful listening to your story because it's very, very inspiring. Thank you very much. And just in a few seconds, we will move on to commenting on what's going on the floor. And of course, this is where Adam and Bartek come in.
Mutta jos se alle 1000 se DP on, niin nehän tosi nopeasti tippuu se alle 1000. Ja siellä se DP on parempi. Jep. Siinä on siellä DP monta vaihtoehtoa. Mutta pari ottaa tässä. Kaksi asioita. Paremmin nopeasti. Ja oikeasti ei tarvitse mennä. Meillä päästä hänkin 10 minuuttia. Niin minä aina vaan tehdä päätös, että mikä on seuraava. Näihin voisi.
So Adam and Bartek are back with us. Hello, guys. A few things have changed since we last spoke, and we see that the J problem is being solved by more and more teams, which would make it. Teams. Yeah, the Delft, which they were the first ones.
And Aalto University. And actually, as we speak, problem K has been solved this exact minute by Hasso-Plattner Institute from Germany.
So we have about, what, 2 hours till the end?
We are
2.5 hours?
halfway into the contest.
Yeah.
Yes.
So halfway into the contest and five problems have been solved, which would situate us exactly halfway, right?
Yes.
Yes, I think that a lot of teams have started to dive into a single problem. I don't think it's the fact that problem J has been solved a moment ago will lead to a lot of submissions instantly, but it means that maybe problem J and K will be solved by a lot of teams just because now they know that it is
solvable.
Solvable, yes. We can maybe look at the replay of Hasso-Plattner Institute looking at problem K.
I hope we'll see that in a second, how they reacted to getting the result, positive result.
What is surprising for them, they only solved 3 problems so far, so they haven't solved problem C yet. So when they finally find some time to solve this problem, they will have 4 problems that will probably put them at the very top of the scoreboard. And now we see the black balloon, the first solved balloon being handed to them.
Yes, we see the jury committee giving there is a special balloon for solving the first problem, which says first solve.
I got a little lost. This is a replay, or is it?
No, this is happening right now.
This is right now. Yeah. I mean, there are so many things happening.
Yes, there's a picture being taken of them. They are not reacting to that because they are.
But we can see the
Okay,
replay.
now we have the replay.
Yes, we can try
and let's.
We have some technical problems.
Let's start it. We're having some technical issues showing you the replay of the reaction of the team. I hope we'll be able to show you that. Meanwhile, I just want to ask you, are you surprised by what's going on? I mean, by the order of problems being solved?
Not really. We expected that J will be solved at some point during the competition. I think we kind of thought that it will be earlier than later, so it's not that surprising. I think K is actually a little bit more surprising.
Yes, but this problem has been solved by a team that only solved 2 other problems,
Yes.
so they are still not in the very top because they have quite a bit of penalty. The problem K, I think, will not lead to a lot of solutions because of how specific it is. It's a very math-heavy problem that has a bunch of unexpected plot twists while solving it. So I think there will be not a lot of teams, but some teams specialize in those kind of problems.
We're trying to show you the replay.
Can we try it again? Because it's
let's try and see it again. Oh,
here we can see it.
Yeah. So this is the moment the team will be informed that their solution was right. And yeah.
They were pretty happy.
It's incredible. It's like we have the Winter Olympics right now in Italy, and it's about the same level of emotions, if not higher, that we have here, because participants being here in Warsaw spend so many hours over their whole lifetime getting ready to be here today and trying to solve the problem. So I will again leave you to comment on the tasks, the problems, and the progress that our teams are making.
Yes, we can also look at the replay of Delft University solving problem J. They hopped into the first place after that, so they were actually quite happy about it. See?
Yeah, that was the first team that managed to solve 4 problems, the official team that managed to solve 4 problems.
Yes.
And we see already there are a bunch of other teams, for example, Tel Aviv University, Charles University of Technology, that are attempting problem J. So seeing this bit of information that this problem is actually solvable will allow other teams to try to follow the Delft University of Technology that is currently at the first place and the only team with 4 problems.
Yes. Looking from the back, I saw that a lot of teams were implementing problem D, but we see absolutely no submissions. Why do you think that's happening?
I actually don't know. Probably maybe there's a good set of test cases that will say that your solution is actually not correct.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually surprised that we haven't seen a successful submission for problem A yet, because we looked a little bit at the contestant screens, and we see that a lot of teams actually are trying to implement this problem. So I kind of suspect that at some point we'll see a successful submission for this problem as well.
I think we saw ETH Zurich. We can show it on the screen that right now they were attempting to solve that problem, but I don't think they are doing that right now. Yeah, they switched to problem F, I believe.
Do you agree with my assessment that 4 problems will be enough to get a medal in this contest?
4 problems?
Yes.
I am not sure. Maybe more problems will be solved by the teams, but the medal will be 12th place. So far, we have a bunch of teams 19 teams, but that solved 3 problems. So they have 2.5 hours to solve 1 more problem. I think in the next maybe 1 hour, I think maybe 2 more problems will be opened, maybe D, because I saw a bunch of teams attempting problem A, D, and F. and problem I. So I think some of those problems will be.
We are seeing right now the screen of the ETH Zurich team, and we see that they're actually not solving anything. They're like standing, trying to write some notes, thinking, but we don't see anything that is being implemented.
Yes.
And this is Delft University of Technology.
And I'm not sure what they are doing. That file is named test.cpp, so it doesn't tell us a lot, and it's pretty empty. They are inputting just one number.
But we also see that they are writing on paper and not actually implementing anything.
Yes, they already solved problem J, and it seems like their terminal is in J right now.
Is it possible to see the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology? We haven't heard from them in, I want to say, over an hour. So, but they probably should be cooking something, but what exactly is cooking?
I don't think they are doing anything. It seems like they are only looking at the scoreboard right now and just thinking on paper.
So we can see that the problem set might be actually very difficult. We don't see a lot of action. We see a lot of people trying to think about the problems, but they need to spend some time to get some results. And they only have 2.5 hours left.
Yes, but problem J has been solved 20 minutes ago for the first time. Or is it 10 minutes? 20 minutes ago, and then problem K was solved a couple of minutes ago. So I think it will take a bit of time for teams to catch up with that. And some teams are already, as I said, really invested in problem D and F. So I expect that those might have more attempts. Oh, they actually have 0 attempts right now. So maybe we will see some more action with at least some wrong answers or other interesting verdicts.
We should also remind that there are 8 teams that qualify to the World Finals. So currently, with the current scoreboard, we'll have Delft University of Technology, Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, Aarhus University, Tel Aviv University, Charms University of Technology, University of Belgrade, and I believe Hasso-Platter Institute will be the last university that will advance to the finals with this successful solution of problem K.
Yes, we can see that there's only 13 teams that have, or 14 teams that haven't solved the second problem yet. All of them have some attempts on other problems, or almost all of them. So do you think that any more problems will be solved by every single team?
I would have guessed that for both C and E, there will be some teams that will not be successful. I would guess it won't be a big number. I would guess like less than 10 teams, because they still have a lot of time, but these problems still seem pretty difficult. If we can double check, like the problem E was solved after 26 minutes by ETH Zurich, and problem C was solved first by University of Vienna after 46 minutes. So even for these, I want to say pretty strong teams, it took them a while to implement it. So for some other teams that are not as strong as these teams, it might take even longer. So they might not be able to do it during the time of the competition.
Especially if maybe we will later look at more problems, but problem E seems to be quite heavy in math, and some teams maybe don't feel as strong with combinatorics and problems that are really hard to count.
But it's kind of nice to see some new letters. We see a bunch of attempts in problem J. University of Latvia got wrong answer for this problem. University of Utrecht got J, runtime error on this problem. And we see a Huawei team attempting another problem that we haven't seen before, problem H.
Yes, they solved 4 problems, so they have solved the 4th problem a while ago, so they had some time to think which problem to solve next. And
they also should at least try to attempt problem K, because they know that this problem is solvable by some German team, so probably they will also spend some time on this problem as well. Can you actually see what the Huawei team is doing? I'm actually very curious.
We can show that on the screen.
Okay, we are trying to get the Huawei team on the screen.
Yes, they are implementing some problem. It's hard to tell for me right now.
They also use this main CPP file name that doesn't allow us to tell what problem is this.
Oh, but they are submitting stuff. Is it problem H? It seems to be quite heavy in geometry. Yes, it seems like they are submitting problem H right now, so we can
actually see it. Yeah.
Their judging system. They are implementing it. We can see how they react to the verdict that they get.
We also see the system that they use to submit the problems. We see that everything is judged automatically.
And they got accepted.
And it
on
got
problem
accepted.
H,
So this another problem that was solved by Huawei team, but we have to remind you that this is unofficial team, so they are not. They won't even get the balloon for the first solved problem because they are not unofficial team, and they also the other teams don't know that they solved this problem.
So actually, there's a funny story. When I was participating as the high school team in the Polish competitive programming competition, I solved the problem as the first person. It was, I don't remember what problem it was, but we were the first, and the jury came to us and they told us that we will not get a balloon until another team solves that problem. So we had to wait for another 1.5 hours for another team to solve the problem, get the first balloon, and only after that we had gotten our balloon.
That actually reminds me of a funny anecdote that I can share. During one of the Polish ICPC national contests, there was one problem that the jury claimed that it was very difficult to solve or even unsolvable, but my team managed to do it. And we did it in a very unorthodox way, which was trying to guess how the test cases will be generated for this problem. So we thought that it will be actually very difficult to generate tests for this problem, but there might be some special cases that maybe there might be slightly more difficult for the normal heuristic problems to solve. So my team decided, okay, there will be a way to overpass these more difficult cases, and that was actually the way that the problem setters thought about it as well. So we had special case for this special tests, and then the problem was solved because it was so difficult to get good tests for this problem. And I believe we were the only team that solved this problem. And there was one person that is somewhere on this contest hall, not as a participant, but as a spectator, that asked me after the contest how we solved this problem. And when I tell him exactly what we did, he just walked away because he was so disappointed at us trying to solve this problem this way.
Yes, so we can see Tel Aviv University is the second team that solved 4 problems now. They solved problem J as well. But they have over an hour of penalty more. So
Yes.
some teams that are below them, if they solve problem J in the next hour, they can surpass them.
But even so, the first team with 3 problems, which is the Alexander Ioan Kuza University of Lassi, get only 2 hours time penalty, and we are now 2 hours into the competition. So even with that, there will be like 4 hours, maybe 5 hours time penalty. So it's not that far. Like they do, even though they have a significant difference in time penalty, it's not that difficult to overcome.
Yeah, the range of time penalty for teams that solved 3 problems is between 2 hours and 6 hours, which is quite a lot for 3 problems, but that's because of how difficult all of the problems were. So even the most simple problems took some of the teams 2 hours to solve.
Which is kind of interesting that right now the last 4 submissions are for 4 different problems, and neither of them is the problem that was solved by at least half of the teams, which is K, J, H, and I, which is surprising. We'll see how it goes. But it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice to see that we have some new problems that teams are attempting to solve.
Yes, as I said before, I think the problems that are being submitted right now are the problems that have been started before somebody even solved problem J, so they are quite invested in them. The Huawei team, they have solved problem J, I think 2 hours, like 1 hour ago.
Something
quite,
like that.
Quite a bit of time. So even though problem H is in theory open, so we know that it is possible to solve it within those 5 hours. It took them so much time that maybe other teams, after they solve 4th problem, they will not have time to attempt problem H. So back to your question about 4 problems being enough, I think that at this point, after over half of the contest, I am pretty confident that 4 problems will be
And
enough.
we just got the 3rd team that solved the 4th problem, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
Yeah, we
that's the Kharkiv National University.
And it is still the same set of problems. So we see that actually J probably is easier than K, if I was a team that was trying to solve both of these problems, I would probably focus on J first, maybe have problem K being trying to be solved by some other person in the team. But it seems like J is actually easier, which we anticipated, I believe.
Yes, but I'm wondering how much is it being actually easier and how much just a lot of teams jumped right into that problem, and out of the 20 teams that jumped on problem J, one of them found it easy, and maybe it's actually a really hard problem, but Delft was just really good at bit masks, and that's why they solved that problem.
Mm-hmm. It would be actually pretty funny if there was like some problem that is actually very easy, but none of the teams attempted it. But we believe that's not the case in this problem set. We believe that most of the problems are actually medium or pretty difficult.
I think the opposite happened with problem I, where teams from the very start of the contest tried attempting it, and none of the attempts succeeded. And I believe it's one of the hardest problems in the set.
I would agree, but also this is the first alphabetically problem, so maybe they just saw the problem, maybe they know that some parts of the solution, so they just jumped and tried to solve it as soon as possible, which seems to be not the right strategy. But at least I'm hopeful. I hope to see some successful solutions for this problem. We'll see. Like, I know there are some teams that have some specialists that specialize in geometry, so hopefully we might get someone that will solve this problem. But even if you are a specialist in some category or like some field, it doesn't mean that you will solve all the problems in this field.
So one interesting thing that we can see right now, if we look at Delft University screen, they are printing I believe they are printing some geo boilerplate.h.
Which is interesting.
Yes, so do you want to tell something about how printing works and why would you even use a printer in a competitive programming competition?
Yes, so as we mentioned, the teams have only one computer at their disposal. So there are 3 people that are trying to solve problems, and they cannot always use the computer because it might be occupied by another member of the team. So what teams actually do, they try to print their code, and they look at their code on paper, trying to find what was wrong with the code, or maybe trying to write some missing part that they haven't time to implement on the computer yet. So that way, they still have these 15 hours of thinking, but they don't have to use computer or occupy computer, because in some cases you can actually look at the code, try to read it by line, and try to figure out what is the problem or why it doesn't work the way you wanted it to work. So this is what we allow people to do, to print their codes, and a lot of people use that quite often. Like, we have a bunch of volunteers that are trying to deliver these printouts to the teams, and they are extremely busy. I looked there, and there's like almost always a queue of some printouts that needs to be handed to the teams. Do you want to mention why the first solve is so special in the ICPC competitions?
So there is a tradition of giving a special award or a special balloon for opening a problem, for being the very first. And yeah, sometimes for the very first problem out of even those first solves, the first accepted solution of the contest, there is a special balloon, and it's almost a separate competition that in the grand scheme of this contest doesn't really matter, because there's no difference in having 6, 7 or 8 minutes of time penalty, but teams do race for that first balloon, and it is quite a bit of.
So we should mention that here it doesn't matter too much, but at the World Finals, which is the next stage after European Finals, there's actually a cash prize for getting the first solved problem in the competition and first solved problem just like in this particular problem. So there's actually some money on the line that they can participate, like they can try to prioritize solving the problem first. We can also mention at some point in Poland, in the Polish national finals, there was also a special prize for the first problem solved, which was, in addition to balloon, I believe it was a game Witcher. And because of that, we often call the first solved problem just the Witcher problem, because like that is the problem that you would get this game some time ago. I don't remember, it was like 7 years ago, 8 years ago, or something like this. So this is kind of a Polish trivia that only some people know here. But yeah, in this competition, there are no prizes for the first solve problem, but people still try to do it because
the glory is the prize by itself.
During the final ceremony, I think we also mentioned like this team solved this problem first, which is an achievement. We see in the scoreboard there are no changes right now. We still have 3 teams with 4 problems. And with 3 problems, we actually have 16 teams. So we see that right now there are a bunch of teams with 3 problems that are not even in the medal zone anymore because of the time penalty. We see a bunch of submissions. We see a submission for problem K from University of Warsaw, which is actually successful. And that puts them in place number 4, the last gold medal. So now we have 2 teams that solve problem K.
And they solve problem K. Maybe we can see the replay from that team.
Okay, let's try to see it. It will take some time to get it. So this is the 4th team with 4 submitted problems. We are once again having some technical difficulties with the replay. Sorry about that. We are trying to get it to work.
Yes, right now we are only seeing the scoreboard.
Yeah, we see the screen of the University of... Oh, we actually saw there was like a small clip of the University of Warsaw high-fiving themselves with after the successful solution for problem K.
Yes, they have quite a bit of penalty, 9 hours. We saw that they struggled with problem C in the beginning. It took them 8 attempts to solve that. And then they struggled to solve problem E for 2 hours. And now they solve problem K with an additional attempt, but I think at this point it doesn't even matter that much. But they have a lot of penalty, so
yes.
If some teams also solve 4 problems, they will probably surpass them. But it's worth noting that they solved problem K as the 2nd team, so maybe they will actually solve problem J too.
Yeah, right now for them the strategy is try to solve as many problems no matter the time penalty, because they'll probably lose on time penalty with almost every single team in this competition. I briefly checked, and I believe they have the most unsuccessful submissions for the problem right now. They are the record holders.
So we looked at their replay a while ago in the background, and if we look at the replay of problem E, we can see that it was actually not a happy accepted solution. It was more of a relief that they finally managed to solve it.
Okay, we probably saw the replay. Yes, we saw the replay.
So now we can look at what Delft University is doing. They have been printing the geo boilerplate.h, and I am assuming they are solving a geometry problem, so it will be either problem A or problem K.
We look at the University of Warsaw, and I actually think that they're in a better mood than they were at the beginning of the competition. We look at them several times during this 3 hours, and we actually saw that they didn't have they have slightly like long faces for a bit because of these unsuccessful attempts, but right now they're back on the schedule and try to solve as many problems as possible.
That's right, yes.
They actually don't have that much stress because they already qualified for the World Finals, but it's still good competition for them to train before the World Finals.
I think EUC is actually one of the hardest semifinals before ICPC. Am I correct that this contest has so many good teams and some of them will not qualify to the final, so you will not compete with those teams?
That
Maybe it's actually harder.
I believe like this regional or this super regional actually is one of the most difficult ones. Other ones, maybe East Continent, which is China and some other Asian countries, is also pretty difficult. But there might be some teams that are actually better than some other teams that qualify to the World Finals, but they don't qualify because the competition is so strong in this.
So that makes me wonder, if the participants are so strong, how hard do the problems have to be if even those strongest participants from a very strong region are struggling to solve more than 3 problems in 3 hours of the contest?
We can also mention that for some contestants that would like to try these problems, there will be a possibility to do it next week. There will be a mirror contest with one of the circuit called Universal Cup. They can try to participate and see if the problems were actually that difficult or not. We can see right now the contest hall. We see...
It is filling with balloons a bit. There's now 3 colors. That's more than enough for programmers. But usually at this point of the competition, the contest hall is filled with balloons. It's worth noting that in an hour, the scoreboard will freeze. We will not know whether the contestants solved the problem or not. We will only see that they attempted a problem. So balloons will also not get into the contest hall, right? So I think if within the next hour something magical doesn't happen, the contest hall will look quite sad, I think.
Yes. But still, like, maybe we should explain why we freeze the scoreboard. We do it mostly to give some suspense. We don't want to have everything clear for every single team. We want to give some emotion, some suspense at the end. So there will be a closing ceremony when we will try to resolve the scoreboard. And we will, every single submission that was made in the last hour, we will try to show that in front of all of the people, and either it will be successful or not, and this might actually change the scoreboard significantly. So we won't know the winner after the end of the competition. You'll have to wait and join us for the closing ceremony to see who actually won the Europe Championship.
Yes, and I think with a scoreboard looking like that, in 30 minutes we might start seeing teams holding to their problems, because we only saw 5, so less than half of the problems getting solved by any of the teams. Mm-hmm. So if you wait until the the 4th hour, you will just not give any information about how hard the problems are. So, and especially because only most of the teams have 3 problems solved, so you just need to solve 1 or 2 problems to jump really high in the scoreboard. So do you think that will happen with a lot of teams?
I think that actually might be a real possibility in this contest, because if you have some hint that maybe one of the problems will be solvable, you might want to wait till this 4th or 5th hour actually to solve this, to submit this. Because especially when you have pretty high time penalty, it doesn't hurt you that much. It is just an extra hour, but it actually gives less information to your rivals.
As we speak, University of Warsaw solved problem J. They are the first team to have 5 problems solved. We can maybe look at their replay right now.
Yeah, let's try that. That's actually impressive.
This is very impressive because they have just solved problem K 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago.
They are not that.
They are not that happy, but
yes.
I think it's getting to them that they are first on the competition. They are holding. They have pretty bad penalty, so it's not like they are stress-free. If Delft decides to solve 1 problem, they will definitely overtake them, even if they solve it at the very end of the.
Do you think they have host advantage?
I don't know. I mean, I must say that I am personally very happy, but that's a bias that I have. But yeah, I don't think that there's that much of an advantage.
But seeing the penalty of 12 hours and almost 3 hours at the competition is actually pretty high, especially with only 5 problems solved.
That's true, yes.
So as we mentioned, probably any team that will try to get 5 problems right now might take first spot from University of Warsaw, but they have to solve the 5th problem, which is not that easy, as we saw.
Yes, problem J has 5 accepted solutions. One of them is somewhere in the bottom. It's the Aalto University that only solved 3 problems. Actually, they did solve the 3rd problem. They had 2 problems before. And we have problem K, which also is not popular with the very top of the standing. Teams that have 3 problems solved have that problem.
And what is surprising to me, I just want to mention, there's a tie, which is pretty unusual. There's a tie between University of Belgrade and University of Vienna with 3 problems and the same time penalty.
Yes.
And I believe there's a tiebreaker, which is the last submitted problem or the last successful problem, the time of the last successful problem. But it's still very unique to see such small time differences between the teams.
You can hear me now. I hope my microphone is on. Just before I came into the studio, I saw you smile. Even now, you're smiling. In Poland, we say to smile from ear to ear. And that's not a coincidence, isn't it? I mean, what just happened from the 19th?
For the first 2 hours, we saw a bunch of Polish teams at the bottom, at the 30th place, at the 20th place, and now they are at the very top with having one full problem of advantage over the next team.
It's something I suggested that could happen, and you said, not really.
That doesn't happen very often, which is why I'm even more surprised. They solved 2 problems within 8 minutes.
That's crazy.
That is insane.
And actually, on the backstage in our green room, we were discussing and commenting on how bad are the Polish teams doing this year. We were quite surprised by University of Warsaw being so low in the results table. And now, they are living up to the expectations. I must say that what they did is unbelievable. What do you think of that? What kind of magic was it?
I think what must have happened is they had both problems already figured out. They probably also have had them implemented, but they were bugs. So we talked about printing problem. J was probably printed on paper
and being
while they
debugged on
they
paper.
worked on problem K, and probably right after they solved it, we saw that one of the participants instantly switched seats, so they probably just jumped back into debugging.
It's absolutely great. So we've got how much? About 1 more hour of live updates to the results table, and after that, it's going to be frozen. Okay, guys, thank you very much. You did a great job, and so many fascinating things have happened. I'm sure that for the following hour, another surprises are going to come up. So thank you very much for now. Hope to see you in a few minutes. And I'm getting ready to invite another guest to our studio. Professor Oskar Skipski from the Faculty of Mathematics, Informatics and Mechanics of Warsaw University has just joined me. Nice to have you here. You're the Director of Research at the at the faculty. And just 5 minutes ago, we were discussing about you being here and the comments we can make. At that point, Warsaw University was on position number 4. Few minutes have passed and they are number 1. So first of all, congratulations. And I think all the universities, all the prestigious universities around Europe are now asking themselves, how is it possible that Warsaw University is again so high up in the table?
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here at this specific moment because we don't know whether it will stay like this.
Yeah, we don't.
Until the end, I hope it will. We are still first. So I think it's the reason why we are so good maybe at this specific moment, but in overall, over years, is that at our faculty, we put a lot of effort on teaching students algorithms, and we have a long tradition of very good professors who actually participated in contests like this, like Martin Pilipczuk, Marek Cygan, and now they are at the faculty. They are teaching young people how to compete, how to write algorithms, how to do it, and I think our algorithmic group is one of the strongest in at our faculty. But I think in whole Europe we are we have extremely strong research-wise group on algorithms, and I think this is important. Obviously, teaching is important, but also having this top experts on algorithm makes a big difference.
I will ask you a controversial question then.
Okay.
You suggested that you have a whole faculty dedicated to teaching students algorithms. Many of them are former participants of ICPC championships. So you are like a factory of winners for ICPC. How does that translate to real life expectations from the market, from companies, and from university? Are those, is this competence, is this knowledge and a mixture of abilities that those students have, is it useful in real life?
Yes, of course. I think it's very useful. So you are basically working under pressure. You are trying to solve hard problems in limited time with limited resources. You need to make decisions. Like, for example, our team submitted like 8 times the same, different solutions, but 8 times answer to the same task, the same problem.
Getting
right?
it wrong and
getting
wrong
it wrong
and
wrong again. And this is a decision that they made, and now they are winning. So maybe it was a good decision. This is, I think this is, if you are starting, you are beginning a startup, or you are working in a big international company, these are important skills that you are actually learning through these contests. And also, obviously, this is a way to train your brain, right? So what you are doing is that you are trying to get smarter and smarter. This is obviously also a very important skill. No matter what career you choose, whether you go to research, some of our competitors from these contests are doing research, are very good researchers, but some start some companies, some go to very big companies in US, and they all are doing very well, no matter what they choose. Yeah.
What kind of students are interested, what kind of young people are interested in becoming students of your faculty? Does that change over time? Do you see that successes on such championships as ICPC translate to more candidates, not only from Poland, but maybe from our part of Europe or the world?
I'm not sure about this, but definitely this is something we are very proud of, and we talk about it a lot. So I don't think a lot of candidates come to our faculty and do not know about our great successes in these programming competitions. Every year we have a lot of candidates. And actually, out of all different disciplines that we have at University of Warsaw, the bar to get accepted to computer science is the highest. So you need to have like 92 out of 100 points, and this is higher than medicine or law or other different disciplines. So we are getting extremely good students. So I'm not sure whether it's that hard to make a great team out of all these amazing students that we have coming to our faculty.
So how do you feel today, seeing that your team, the team from the Faculty of Mathematics, Informatics, and Mechanics, has jumped from position 19 or 18?
Yeah, it was like 20, something like
yeah,
this.
It didn't look good.
our total time is very, very high. So, so we need to solve a lot of tasks. Yeah, I'm really happy. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we'll stay at the top positions. Not sure the first one, but we'll stay in the top positions. And yeah, I'm happy that we are already qualified, right, to the World Championship.
Yeah.
So this is, but winning this is a prestigious thing. So we hope we'll
our viewers must understand that because it's not clear to everyone that the Warsaw University team coming here knew that they would qualify to the World Finals anyways, since they have won previous championships. So for them, it's like the sport, but still they seem to be very motivated.
Yeah, they don't look very relaxed. Like they are very motivated, and yeah.
So what percentage of the faculty staff on the Faculty of Mathematics here in Warsaw is somehow connected to ICPC?
I'm not sure the percentage is that high, but like I guess it's maybe like between 10 or 20%. So we have then in Europe in research the most prestigious grants are ERC grants, and we have like every seventh grant that goes to Poland goes to our Institute of Informatics actually, and like I believe like maybe half of them, or maybe one third of them, or even 1/4 of them is actually about algorithms. So yeah, so our staff on algorithms is extremely strong and successful in this. Yeah.
Are those algorithms now focused on AI, which is a very popular topic?
AI is a different branch. So these are purely on algorithms, like complexity and trying to come up with even faster algorithms, even by like 1% or 2%, but with theoretical guarantees that these algorithms are faster. And this is the main objective, or finding like a fast algorithm for some special cases, like graphs with special structures, things like this. So when you can find like a polynomial algorithm instead of like this very complicated NP for this NP complete
polynomial
problems.
In terms of complexity of the time complexity of the algorithm.
Yes, exactly.
When I said artificial intelligence, you were like, I saw your face changing, like, no, not again. But I have to ask you about it. If you're on the very forefront of algorithmics at Warsaw University, you must be thinking about it, about the influence of AI on algorithms, actually about the influence of AI on computer science itself.
Yeah, of course, we think about it, and my impression was because the group of algorithmics, like algorithmics is a different area of computer science than like let's say automata theory or this AI or bioinformatics, and that's why it's a little bit different. It's all connected, right? It's still computer science. We're still trying to write something that gives the good result as good as possible, or perfect, or as good as possible as in the case of AI. Yeah, but this is something a little bit different. But obviously, we at our faculty we know that AI is a big thing, and our group on AI is growing. One of the leaders of this group is Marek Cygan, who was actually one of the participant of this great contest.
Of course, why wouldn't he be? Like everyone is, as we established.
So he actually decided to focus on AI and focus on machine learning in particular, and this was great for our faculty because he started this group that focused on AI, and this group is growing. Like this year, we have like 10 papers at the best NeoRIPS. This is the best conference on AI, and like previous 3 years we had like total 10, and this year alone we had another 10 papers. So we are definitely contributing some new results to this line. We'll see how it goes with this AI.
So far so good, honestly. When you look at this event, especially the European finals, which are organized here in Poland for the first time. And this is quite a new event in the ICPC family. What do you think of it? Do you treat it as something you do for sports, for fun, or is it a serious game which really influences careers, which influences science, influences characters of people who are down there sitting by the tables?
Yeah, definitely. The influence of these events is very, very big. I must say that I really admire the organization of this event. This is really amazing, and that's why I come here to cheer for the team, because it's very nice to be here. You can see all these balloons, you can see all this scoreboard.
What I've been told is that the balloons are the 3D version of the results table. They actually tell you the results in 3D.
Yeah, and it's actually fun to come here and look at these balloons, trying to figure out where is which team, because I don't know the faces of the participants, especially from other countries. So it's fun to try to look for a team by looking at the first solve, because this is a very very special balloon that you can actually recognize, and you can check which team it is. So yeah, this is the organization of this event is amazing. And this studio is also very nice.
Yeah, and I
must say, in previous years I often watched it at my home, but then I decided I need to come here.
I'm always wondering who's on the other side of the screen. So thank you to all the viewers who are watching us throughout the whole transmission, the whole coverage, which takes a few hours. Professor Oskar Skipski from the Faculty of Mathematics, Informatics and Mechanics of Warsaw University was my guest. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being with us. And now I would like to show you a little footage from the opening ceremony of this year's European Finals.
Please take a seat. We are starting.
There are a lot of familiar faces out in the crowd tonight.
I'd just like to thank the organisers, the university, all the volunteers that are here that have made this event possible.
Wish everyone being the winner.
Enjoy this incredible experience.
And welcome to ICPC, and we'll see you around.
It's the time for official opening of ICPC EUC 2026. It means we can say that 2026 European Championship is open.
All I can say is thank you for being you, and life is worth it. Life gives life to life, so get after it. Bye-bye.
And we're on again with Bill Poucher and Professor Jan Madej. Nice to have you again after, what, 3 hours?
Oh my goodness, and do you see all those balloons down there?
I do. We're actually, all we're doing here is observing the balloons, observing the scoreboard, and it's absolutely crazy what's going on there.
Oh, absolutely, no question. Oh, I can do this. For all of you out there who occasionally have Western hats, understand that when you put the hat down, put the crown down to preserve the curvature here. So this is the proper way to sit a hat on a table. Not like this. It looks nicer, but it'll ruin your hat, so hence we'll do it the right way.
You need to explain yourself. I mean, the very fact that you're wearing it all the time, are you reminding us of the fact that you came here from Texas?
Well, I'm reminding you of the fact that when I was young, we did not have sunblock. We did not have even suntan lotion. That came
It's not
later.
a problem. We don't have
Right?
sun here in
but
Poland.
a lot of my buddies who don't wear the hat don't have much skin left.
Okay.
So that's part of it. The other is that actually the lights sometimes make it hard for me to read, and I'm no longer able to remember everything that I write.
I've got it all the time. I have everything written down.
You have
so
everything written.
I know what you're talking about. But yeah, it's really great having you here, and I see that you're really enjoying your time here in Warsaw.
Oh, I love seeing this happen.
We lost the
because,
first position.
Yeah.
Right now.
We have just been informed that Warsaw University has been overtaken by the Delft University, which was very good from the very beginning.
Oh,
so,
wow.
Yeah, now Warsaw
5-5.
University is at position 2. Delft is at position 1. And we are seeing the first solve for problem, for problem A. So it's problem A for Delft University, which makes them the best team so far. But at the beginning, we thought that the teams will have really big problem solving the cases, and now we see that they're really extraordinarily good.
Oh, absolutely.
First of all, the problems are very difficult, as we can see, because after half of the contests, only 4 problems were solved. So
Yeah, about
very
4 to
seldom
5.
Case,
Yeah.
which means I hope we'll have the golden rule, which we're discussing in the morning.
To remind you what the rule was, every single problem must be solved by at least one team.
True.
None of the teams should have all problems solved. And the last one was...
No of the team has 0
Oh, none of the teams has not solved any of the problems.
To tell you the truth, I was a bit afraid after a couple of hours seeing the results, because it looked like the problems are very difficult. And the fact that there were only 4 problems solved after half of the constant is very seldom case. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'm glad that the University of Warsaw.
I'm sure you're cheering for the University of Warsaw because you used to be their coach.
Well, so am I. However, I'm also cheering for all the others as well. And so is he.
So am I. So am I.
Of course. Yeah. The point is to have a good contest. The point is to have a contest in which all the teams will be more or less happy. Less happy if they do not advance to the final, but happy to participate and to show abilities to solve problems.
We won't find out how happy they are until we have the final results, because for now they're all stressed out completely. All they think about is the problems that they're...
The final hour, as you know, will be very special because we'll know only submissions and not the outcome. So we'll have no idea who is really winning till the very end of the contest.
Yes.
When we have not till the end of the contest, to tell you the truth, till the closing ceremony, when we will show the progress.
The results,
The results.
So when was this rule introduced? Was it your idea from the very beginning that the results are frozen for the last hour?
Almost everything that we've ever done became a good idea, but it didn't start that way. So, for instance, how did we become a team competition? Well, 4 times as many people showed up as we had key punch machines, so it was teams of 4 or somebody had to sit and not participate. Now, then later on, we had money for 24 teams of 4 or 32 teams of 3, so we could have more teams compete from universities. So we made the change. One of the strange things is we discovered that teams of 3 were almost twice as effective as teams of 4.
That's incredible.
Well, because with a team of 3, you can have 3 independent workers, or you could have 1 worker and a pair of persons working, or all 3 could be working. There are just really three possibilities. When you have 4, you start getting this
the group dynamics are
group
working
dynamics
against.
become more and more complicated.
Yeah.
So that, however, what we do is we observe what the effective change is, and we capitalize on it. So that's how we did it. The reason for the problem set had to do with a competition that was held in the very early years before we did the finals as we did now. And I had a team competing in that competition, and 2 teams went to the next round from this particular competition. Okay, that was great, except our team was the only one that went to the next round. Why? Well, because our team was the only one that solved any of the problems that were given to the 30 or so teams that had showed up. It was the biggest disaster I've ever seen in my life. And my friend who was running it, James Comer, and I chatted about it. And so we started saying, hey, what should our criteria be for problem sets? And that led to me becoming a judge. So one of the interesting things about adversity is that once you experience adversity, are you just going to live the rest of your life regretting that something bad happened, or are you going to learn from it? Well,
and improve it.
And that's exactly it. All improvement in life comes from experience, and difficult things can become blessings on down the line if you choose to make them so. If you learn how to do things better, and if you're trying to do things better for your neighbors, I guarantee that will be in sync with life.
During our first meeting here today, you said that when ICPC was founded, there was only a handful of IT specialists around the world. Okay. And now just the family, the ICPC family, all the alumni, it counts about 500,000 people all around the world. You have both watched young people over the decades.
Oh, yeah.
How do they evolve? How do they change? Or are they still the same? Young people from today and those from a few decades back?
At least the case which I watch, he has much wider view, but the case which I watch, there are different cases. Some of them are very successful and became well-known scientists. Some of them became businessmen. But there are also some which didn't develop at all and which are just normal human beings, let's say. But as I said, for instance, we won the World Championship twice. So from the second 2007 in Tokyo, 2 of them are professors working at the University of Warsaw.
And I must stop you just for a second, because I just got a message that University of Israel has the first solve for problem D, which is an interesting interesting event. So University of Israel, problem D, first solved. Congratulations to that team, which makes them now
the second position.
The second position. Yeah, we are all excited. Professor Madej is looking at his phone constantly. He cannot turn away from the scoreboard. So going back to those people who have become professors, entrepreneurs, what about kids today? Kids, young people.
There is also a discussion in Poland, at least, whether they stay in Poland or not. And my opinion is that some of them are becoming citizens of the world. They do not leave Poland, but they just are in different places on the earth. And that's very important. And that it's one of the issues of ICPC, that you stop thinking about local areas, you think more
globally.
More
global village.
Well, for one thing, if all you ever think about is where you're from, you never get to the point where you think about where you'd like to be going. And what the young especially need to do in the world that we live in, the possibilities of where you're going are in so many dimensions. It's not just a matter of geographic, but especially in this digital millennium we're in, and we're really in a Renaissance period. The other day I'm on a call and I said, well, I'm really glad to be here and that we're discussing such and such. The other people who were there were from Azerbaijan and Armenia and Turkey, and I could go through this. Yes, it's true. The physicist has told me that I could only be at one place at one time.
Well, some of them argue.
That's right. That's true. However, I can only sit in one place at one time, but my mind and our spirits can be wherever we need to be in the digital universe. Now, it's certainly not perfect, and it certainly doesn't replace interaction, but it enhances it so much. The other is that when we see ourselves as cousins among 8 billion cousins, the possibility of what we can do together is endless. But we have to get together, right, in the ones and in the twos and the fives and the tens, and we need to focus on the things that we need to be doing, and all of a sudden, just like the petals of a rose, we bloom. And that's what we want to see happen for these students, and that's what is happening in their lives.
This is what we're sure observing right now.
A piece of advice to a university which wants to be good at ICPC, you have to be of interest of good students. You have to get good students. So it means you have to be involved in lower level area, which means school level. You have to be in touch with gifted kids at school level, help them to develop. And then if you do it properly, they will come to you. Many of my colleagues who got MSc and PhD under my supervision, I met when they were 13, 14. I was teaching them programming, computer science, that age, and then they decided to join the university to work with me. And that's the way to have good achievements at university. You have to reach out to school.
You're both evangelists, for sure. What you're doing is something absolutely exceptional. And thank you for being with us today. Again, thank you for this meeting. I don't know if we're going to meet today again here in the studio, but for sure we will meet on the stage later on. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please don't leave us yet. Wait a second. Before I say goodbye, I'd like to invite our viewers, our audience, to go back down to the floor. I'm extremely happy to welcome the next guest in our studio. That's Anton Tsipko, who came to us from Ukraine. Very nice to have you here. We've got three Ukrainian teams.
That's right.
And that is all happening in this very unfortunate time when the war is going on in Ukraine. And I will get back to you, but I would like to start by introducing you as a competitive algorithmic programmer, a master, a winner. You're addicted to adrenaline, to taking part in such competitions. When did you start?
I started in 2014 with some local competitions in my home region, and I've...
Tell me how old you were back then?
14.
You were 14? So,
yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I participated very actively in the following next years, up to the moment when I finished my high school.
And how did it influence your life and career? What did it make you become? as a programmer, as a scientist, as a human being?
First of all, I learned like how to actually code, how to actually think in more algorithmic way, in more structured way, and to like learn how to build some projects so that they are actually working. This is like the first side. The second side is access to this great community, because like if I didn't participate, then like I would be knowing much less people. But here, for example, like because of this, I'm highly involved with this community. I'm here in Warsaw. I'm going to different events. I know people from all around the countries. Like when I go into II, for example, I already know pretty much every team leader from European country. So it's pretty easy like to communicate with like some people from other countries.
We cannot not mention what's going on in Ukraine right now, the full-scale invasion from Russia, which is influencing lives of all Ukrainian people, but especially those young ones who are now trying to study but cannot because bombs are literally falling on their heads. And it's just because of some sick fantasy of a sick man. How is it for young people right now in Ukraine to work on their future, to evolve, to study, to prepare for such an event? As I mentioned, we've got 3 teams from Lviv, Kyiv, and Kharkiv.
Yes.
Yeah, especially Kharkiv is one of those cities which are shelled really hard. So how do you cope with that situation in Ukraine?
You know, in 2020, because of the COVID, we thought that it's the worst thing that could happen to us, to our Olympiads and ICPC. But so we had to adjust based on the COVID. But in 2022, it became even worse. The big issues is that, for example, like for studying. Like the students who are now in like universities, in the high school, they can barely go offline and study. Like also it super depends on the region. Like Lviv and Kharkiv are completely different, but like in Kharkiv, almost everything is now online. So to compare like to Poland or to the whole Europe, it's what we all had in 2021.
And we did not like it.
Yes.
To be honest.
Yes, and we are living like this already for 6 years. It's the first thing. The second thing is even like if we go to schools, universities, constant alarms. It means that we have to stop. We have to go to bomb shelter and wait until the missile attack is over. And it also impacts the competition, any offline competitions in Ukraine as well. So because like I'm one of the organizers of such events, so when we do anything, we need to choose some place in the bomb shelter right away. Because like, let's say we want to organize some ICPC competition for 5 hours. For example, like Cirque, Southeastern contest. So we have like 2 options. Either we organize it in bomb shelter, then it's safe. We just work in the same way as like the Greek side, or if we cannot do this, we need to do it like upstairs. But if there is alarm, we have to stop. We have to go to bomb shelter, and then the integrity of the whole contest is.
It's totally crazy, and it's true that we don't even try to think in those categories. So I hope this will end very soon. You still need internet for studying, for solving problems. We said how today's participants of ICPC and other such championships train regularly by solving online problems. Do you have any problems accessing internet, or is it provided by Starlink in whole of Ukraine? How is it working?
Mostly we still have issues with that, especially in winter, because of the Russians' attack on our energy infrastructure. For example, in Kyiv, there is on average 3 to 6 hours a day of light, of electricity. So almost all other time, there is no centralized provided electricity. People need to use some alternatives. So, and without electricity, they can like use like mobile satellite to connect to internet, but like we know if a mobile phone dies, then it's not gonna work. Starlinks are not like, they're not used in everyday life. So like average person does not like use it. It's mostly used like on the front line or on some like specific areas where they need it.
we see that the war that is going on in Ukraine is very much based on technology, and what Ukrainian specialists do is just absolutely amazing. But having your experience traveling around Europe, taking part in all the championships you've been taking part of, what do you think about this competition between Europe and Asia? You know, Europe for many years has been looking up to Asia as the continent which produces a lot of great engineers. Do you still think it's a thing, or are we at the same level, maybe a bit in front of Asia?
My honest opinion, we are well behind. Let's look at the US and China. We are well behind. We are, especially compared like to a few decades ago. China, US, they spend a lot of resources on education, a lot of resources on AI, and Europe is still divided to 26 countries separate that have a lot of they're doing pretty much the same thing, but on much lower level and not in a centralized way. If we had more centralized European Union, where we had our own taxes on the European level, then we could have implemented something similar to what we have in the US and China. But for now, we don't have it.
So when you look at the next generations actually of coders, what is the main difference you see when you look at today's 14 years olds?
The problems, you mean like the ICPC problems, or what?
I mean them as people. When you look at people who are today the age you were when you started taking part in those contests.
I believe those students who are studying right now, they have much greater access to anything. When I was studying, I didn't have ChatGPT. I didn't have anything like that. So I needed to find some online resources. If I want to learn some algorithm, I need to find good resources for this. Now, there are many AIs that can teach it in pretty fast ways. The access to any information is much faster. So I believe the level, for example, of the competitors in here, and let's say if we had something similar when I was younger, then those students will be much stronger than my generation.
We'll see. We'll wait and see. For now, thank you very much. Anton Tsipko was our guest. I hope to meet you someday in the future. And for today, thank you once again. Chwała Ukrainie.
Героям слава.
And now, again, we'll take a short break, inviting you down to the floor, and I'll be back with our next guest. My next guest is Petr Mitrichev. Very nice to have you here, Petr. It's an honor for me to have you as a guest. For many of our viewers, you are a person that does not need any introduction. But for those of you who do not know Petr, he is the world's biggest champion of all competition programming. Tell me, how is it even possible to be the top coder of the world, the top competitive coder in the world?
Thanks a lot for having me. I'm really happy to be here in Warsaw at the EUC and the broadcast. I think one small correction I would say to what you said is I maybe was at the top of the competition for some time.
Having that title even for a second makes you a very special person.
But now, of course, it's quite hard to keep up with how younger participants practice and how much effort they put into really reaching the new heights in this area. So I can no longer keep up with the best. But now I'm watching from the sidelines. I'm enjoying how this competition develops. Yeah.
Do you use your experience to maybe coach new generations of programmers?
Yes, I mostly help with high school students. So there is International Olympiad Informatics, and I help prepare Swiss team for the Olympiad. For the university students, I mostly come just like I came here as a guest, as a spectator. So I'm not a coach of student teams. Yeah.
But I see that you're working hard on the problems. You came here well prepared, having all those papers. Are you struggling to solve the problems?
Yes, actually we were solving with some other veteran competitors who were also world champions in the past years. But as I said, now with that we are old, it's a bit harder to keep up. But one benefit that we have that we don't actually have to implement the problem. So we just figure out an idea and we say, okay, we solve the problem. But actually for the competitors, it's only the first step. And then after you implement, you realize maybe your idea was wrong or maybe implementation is hard. And we don't do that.
Yeah, and very often the solution they have is right, but the time limit is exceeded, so the algorithm is not optimized well enough. So you don't know whether your idea of solution to the problem would actually get accepted by the judges.
Right, exactly. But even with that disclaimer, for example, problem D, which was recently solved by 2 teams already, we have no idea how to approach even. So yeah, it's pretty impressive.
I'm looking at the scoreboard, and the D teams are at the beginning of the list. What do you think about the overall level of complication of those problems?
I think they're really, so far it seems that they're really good problems for those teams. So teams are challenged, and they can choose. So sometimes it can happen that there is a problem that every team can solve, and some problems that nobody can solve. But here, you can see a big variation. So now some teams solve problem K, some teams solve problem A, some teams solve problem D. So that means that there are still many approachable problems that teams can solve to get back to the first place or get back into the zone which qualifies them for the World Finals. So I think it's a really exciting competition to watch today. Yeah.
We still have about 16 minutes to the moment when the scoreboard will be frozen, and we will not know which teams have correctly solved the problems. But going back to your history and your experience, what is it about competitive programming that captured your heart?
I think there are many things that I like about this. I think the biggest thing I like by far is the community. So just meeting people who like the same things as you do, and kind of you can discuss problems with, or you just can go out and play games. But these people kind of understand you, and you feel at home here. So I think this is the thing I value the most about this Olympiads.
So talking about the community, can you draw a picture of an average profile of this competitive programmer? Who are you? Who are those incredibly intelligent people who compete by programming and solving different problems?
I think usually it's somebody who was interested in STEM subjects in school, so maths, informatics, maybe physics, and then as you go deeper into this area, you become more interested sometimes. Sometimes some people try it and say, it's not for me, maybe I want to do something else. But there is quite a big, depth of the field, so that you can learn some things and become a bit better. You can learn more things, and you learn those algorithms, and then you learn implementation and so on. And then you gradually kind of start to appreciate this whole, this whole field, that how often it is kind of mathematically or logically beautiful, that there are many algorithms which don't seem that they can even exist, kind of that there are some problems which, when you look at it, you think, okay, this must not be solvable in a nice way, but then it turns out there is some beautiful observation, and then these are kind of the moments of mathematical beauty that also value quite a lot.
I'm wondering, because I've never been a competitive programmer, so I'm thinking whether the way you train for those competitions is by studying all possible algorithms and then taking each of them out of your head, or do competitions turn out to be events on which you have to make your own algorithms, find your own solutions?
I think it is both. So usually I'm also trying to set problems for this type of competitions, and when we try to choose the best problems, usually a good problem has a novel idea in it. So it's not just a rehashing of something that appeared before. You need to come up with some new idea, maybe not at the level of a new algorithm, but some new idea which allows you, for example, to reduce your problem to the one that you've seen before, and so on. At the same time, in addition to this novel idea, there is often, to even arrive to the place where you have to come up with it, you have to first use things that you have already seen in other problems, some ways to kind of to dissect the problem, to find some parts we can already solve, and then when you look at the other parts, then you can notice how to solve this part in an efficient way. So usually you need both. You need a lot of practice and experience, but you also need this to train this ability to see new ideas.
But still use the patterns you recognize instantly without deep thinking.
Right.
That's really incredible. I'm wondering, with all the experience you have had for many years of your life, how did this translate to your career, to your real life job opportunities, or how did this translate to the projects you are working on for Google, for example?
So I think the overall background, let's say the ability to think about algorithms and ability to solve problems is super useful at work. The algorithms we work on at Google are a bit different from the ones here. So they're more about, let's say, large-scale distributed computations, how to make them run efficiently. So it is a different. I don't necessarily have to use the same algorithms I learned here, like whatever, and segment tree or stuff like this. But I definitely have to use the ability to solve problems and ability to write code, which kind of is mathematically sound and can work reliably. So this part is very useful.
But in your real job, have you used the algorithms you studied for your competitive programming, or you didn't need to?
A few times. I think that we did use at work some of those algorithms in the data structures, but what happens most often is that you already use some code written by others that uses algorithms, so it's not often that you have to come up with a new data structure. And at work, you don't have to start from scratch. Like here, they can only bring like 25 pages of paper to the competitions, that's it. At work, you can, of course, use all the code that's already available, written by other people at Google or other open source libraries, so there is usually much less need to implement a particular data structure from scratch, let's say.
Looking at the past, or having the perspective of your past experiences, how do you see the future of ICPC and competitive programming? How do you think it's going to change?
It's a very timely question, because I think right now people are trying to answer this question, in particular in relation to the fact that now AI can solve many of those problems. So we have some new questions that appeared, like AI-assisted cheating, let's say, that if you have an online competition, then previously kind of not the only, but kind of the most common way to cheat would be to have groups of people, like you ask other people for help, even if you're supposed to solve the problem yourself. But now you can also just ask an AI assistant, and many times it can also give you good ideas, if not solve the problem completely.
So the new competitions have to be AI-proof?
Yes, so either make AI-proof problems, which I think so far it seems quite hard, because AI is getting better and better. I think another option is to trust more the integrity of the competitors, so maybe not necessarily what we might lose is the ability to hold, like maybe a good example is chess tournaments. I think in online chess tournaments, people can cheat for 20, 30 years already, since every phone can now play the best chess player. And still, there are chess competitions which happen online, and people enjoy doing them. It just kind of people have integrity and they don't cheat. So I think that's maybe the way forward.
It was really great to hear your perspective on that. Thank you for being with us in our studio. Petr Mitričev was our guest, and as always, we will now go down to the floor for a few moments to sneak peek into the monitors and faces of our contestants, and then we'll be back again in our studio.
Thank you.
Today's European finals have started very slow. It was quite boring at the beginning, but now the temperature is boiling, and we see that those bubbles are actually changing places and spots, especially at the top of the table. The last time we've met, University of Warsaw was at position 1. Now it's been outrun by Delft University of Technology. Also, the Alexandru Loncuza University of Lași is somewhere on the top, and the Open University of Israel. So many things have happened. Guys, what do you think about the last 7 minutes of the Open and Live scoreboard?
So I think that actually a lot of things has changed. As you mentioned, there are a couple of universities that were just waiting for them to, they're waiting to submit their problems. Right now we see some of the results. We even see that there are like 7 problems that are already solved. So the last hour may be pretty interesting.
So having this little time, once again, it's 6.5 minutes till the freezing of the scoreboards. I will leave you with our viewers. I'm really eager to hear what you've got to say.
So 5 teams have solved 5 problems so far. We were talking whether 4 problems will be enough for a medal. Right now, 13 teams solved 4 problems. So
yes. The last team with 4 problems currently don't have a medal. So we see that 4 problems will not be enough. But even 5 problems is not enough for the gold medal. The University of Warsaw is currently at the 5th position with 5 problems, but because of the time penalty, as we talked about many times today, they're currently losing with the Hasso-Plattner Institute at position 4 with only 17 minutes. So just one mistake and it might cost them the gold medal.
And I think quite a bit of teams can wait right now because only 6 minutes is still with unfrozen ranking. So
we even seen the recent submissions at the bottom that there are not that many submissions right now. We are just waiting probably for the 4-hour mark when the scoreboard will be frozen, and then probably we'll see a bunch of submissions being submitted.
Yes, and all of them seem to be for problem J, so none of the teams are trying to experiment right now. So I think we will have to wait and see for another hour.
What we actually haven't talked about yet, we have Delft University that solved problem A, and I believe that the only team right now that solved this problem, this hard geometry problem that we discussed so many times, and also the Open University of Israel, and then just 18 minutes later, the Alexandru Loncuza University solved problem D. So now we have, as I mentioned, 7 problems that are solved by at least 1 team. And we don't have a single team that has 6 problems. So for every team, there are at least 2 problems that they can try to solve that their rivals did. So we expect that probably they might focus on that first, but maybe they are just sitting on some other problems that we are just waiting this couple of hours to...
I think we can right now look into what the competitors are doing, as we still have 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, we will not be able to see anything anymore. So can we please get the competitors' screens?
We are waiting. We see that Delft University of Technology currently at the 1st place.
And they are solving problem K right now. This is another geometry problem that has been solved by 4 teams so far. So maybe they will be able. They are the only team to have solved problem A, which was a hard geometry problem. So maybe K will be a bit easier for them, and they might end up with 6 problems.
Yeah, we see them at the bottom left corner. They're not actually implementing anything. They're still thinking, but there are 2 people discussing probably this problem or some other problem.
Yes, if we look at the Open University of Israel, what are they doing right now?
We see that there's only 1 person sitting at the desk, 2 other people left, maybe to get some food, maybe...
But the code is named C.cpp, and we see that they have accepted solution to problem C, so I don't know what's happening there. So maybe they are just thinking right now, and this is a screen that was left.
We should probably mention right now, I could imagine that there might be a very important point to figure out the strategy for the last hour, because you probably cannot solve more than 2, maybe 3 problems in the last hour. So you have to very carefully choose which problems you will try to attempt.
Yes, if we look at the Warsaw University and at their camera, they are all looking down probably at paper or sleeping, I suppose. I don't know what's happening there.
I mean, we kind of discussed it in the green room when they had this 2 accepted submissions around 3-hour mark, that they might be a little bit out of bullets right now because they use these 2. Oh, something's
Yes,
happening.
they are just switching seats right now. One other participant is sitting at the desk. Maybe he's going to
But they're still like waving
tell
their
us the
hands.
secret.
Oh, something's happening.
That's probably a geometry problem.
Probably.
Yes, maybe we'll come back to them in a minute to see what are they trying to solve. Then if we go further down the ranking.
This is the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology from Germany.
And they are attempting problem K. I think that's problem K. So that's a geometry problem which is quite popular with all of the teams. Maybe not all of the teams are able to solve it, but most of them I think are trying right now.
We have 2 minutes left to the freeze of the scoreboard. And as we mentioned, not that many submissions. There are some submissions for problem C, A, J. So some problems that were already solved by a lot of teams.
So University of Warsaw, they started implementing a template for problem D.cpp. So maybe they are attempting that. That's the last bit of information that we will be getting for this contest.
Can you also take a look at Hasso-Platter Institute? Now we can see them. And it's difficult to say what they're doing, actually.
Yes, they have solved 5 problems so far. Maybe they are trying to solve problem A or problem D. It's really hard to tell. Oh,
if you take a look at the code, it looks like the SAT.
Yeah, I think that's the TUSAT. There is one problem that's supposed to be solved this way. This is problem F. So maybe they are trying to open that problem that hasn't been solved before. That would be interesting.
This problem hasn't been solved by any team.
Yes, the segment from F to I has not been solved. Problem I, which was solved in the very beginning, some teams are still trying to push something there, but nothing seems to be working.
So we have half a minute left, and after that we'll probably try not to share that many pieces of information, because we don't want to spoil too much. But what we can do, maybe let's wait the last 15 seconds, and then we can probably stop showing the screens of the teams. But what we can do, we can probably show you some of the clips from the last submissions that they did, the successful submissions. We actually found some very interesting clips of some of the teams, so maybe we can start with that. So yes, now we are in the freeze time. We will try.
Can we show the scoreboard right now so that we don't spoil anything?
Yes. So maybe last time, let's take a look at the scoreboard. Yes, we can see it.
So right now we will be seeing a different kind of verdict. It will be frozen, and I think we're not getting any submissions with that verdict yet, because the J submission is from 10 seconds before the freeze.
Yes. Oh, we see a submission, but we won't see it because it's a guest team. But we can see the status is a question mark with this ice block, I want to say. So that means that this submission was graded and judged, but we don't know the result. But the team that submitted this problem, they know the result. So they are aware if it was submitted or not. And then maybe after the contest, they can share it with the fellow teams or the coaches, but they don't have to. Yes. Maybe everyone have to wait to the closing ceremony. Okay. So let's take a look at some clips, as I mentioned. We can probably start with the Delft University of Technology, the one that is currently at the first position. I want to show how they solved problem A and how they reacted. So let's wait a little bit, and maybe we can show it. The replay, if that is possible. We're waiting.
I think the replays are not possible anymore, unfortunately.
Oh, it is possible that we might be cut. That is unfortunate.
But that's a good sign that everything technically is working after the freeze.
So that means that even we cannot show you what we saw in the past. So So that means that we don't see any clips, but we can probably show them later. Maybe during the closing ceremony, we can do a short video, and maybe we can post it later as well on the our YouTube channel. Okay. So now we have to guess what will happen.
How many problems do you expect to be solved by the first team? Is it 6 or is it 7? Because
I think 6 is possible. Right now we have 5 teams with 5 problems, so only one of them has to submit something. Especially Delft, their last successful submission was 45 minutes ago. So I expect that probably from them it is possible. Like, it depends. For the other teams, they have much more fresh submissions, if I can say that. And University of Warsaw can surprise us. They already did a little bit with these 2 submissions. They just need to find one more problem that they can solve. I don't know which one of these is the easiest one. We can see that K probably is the most popular amongst them, but it is very difficult to say if that problem will actually be the one that is possible for the top 3 teams that don't have this problem yet. The Delft University of Technology, Aleksu Young Kuza University at IASI, and the Open University of Israel that don't have problem K yet.
So, interestingly, we don't see a lot of frozen submissions, which means that likely a lot of teams have not been waiting with their solutions.
Yep, that is a bit surprising. I was expecting much more submissions. Maybe they're just, but there's nothing to wait for. Like, if they have something that they already work on, then probably they should submit right away. But we don't have anything like that. Maybe one last final look at the scoreboard to see who currently qualifies for the World Finals. So, as we mentioned, 8 teams that haven't qualified yet will qualify to the World Finals in Dubai. So currently we have Delft University of Technology, Hasso-Plattner Institute, Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, Tel Aviv University, University of Belgrade, Universität Utrecht, sorry about that, and I lost count, but I think University of Cambridge already qualified, so Charles University will be the last one, if I counted correctly.
One more, I think.
One more, okay.
Yes.
So Aarhus University will be the last one from Denmark.
I'm so happy to have you here, guys, because you understand those rules inside out, and I'm struggling to understand some of the nuances of the rules. I know that some of the teams that are participating in today's championships have already qualified to the World Finals, and the thing you were saying just now is that some of the top teams today are fighting to get to the finals.
That is correct.
Yes.
And we will not know the results until the closing ceremony. So for now, we can only deliberate and guess what's going on. We will only see submissions without knowing the results of those submissions. But it has been fascinating 4 hours of competition. What do you think compared to your previous experiences?
Yes, well, the start was a bit slow, but we definitely had some interesting things happen throughout the event.
Yeah. The medium part was pretty interesting. Like, after 2 hours, 3 hours, I think people start getting
kicked off.
Yeah.
And probably now the most interesting things are happening, but unfortunately we will not be able to see them. So guys, thank you very much for all your hard work and explaining all the details of the problems and the strategies that particular teams have taken. Thank you very much. And of course, again, I will invite you to get down to the floor, because it is now our job collectively to guess what's going on in teams' heads. We will not see that on the scoreboard, but we might guess their emotions and feelings looking at their faces. Szymon Acedański is my next guest, and Szymon has been a participant of one of the contestants of those championships in the past. Which year was that?
It was 2005, 6.
So about 20 years ago.
Yeah.
It was quite a long time ago. And after that, you started developing a system which now helps us to present all the results online and instantly. We don't really give it too much thought, but we need to understand how this was conducted at the beginning of ICPC. So, again, we know there was one computer per 4 or 3 contestants, depends on the time. The contestants would write a program, and what happened then?
So initially, it was that the contestants had a computer and a set of floppy disks. When you just save your program on the floppy and you ask for a helper, a person, to submit that to the judges.
So it had to be physically taken to judges.
To the judges. After that, they had a set of scripts, automated ways to compile the program and run the tests. That's how it was judged.
Today, the contestants are writing the code. They're not compiling their program. They're submitting the code or the compiled version.
The contestants submit the code.
Okay.
Of course, they compile it themselves before they run their own tests, but it's like they can do whatever they want on the computer, but they submit the code.
So the pure plain text?
Yes, the pure plain text.
And this is being automatically compiled on judge's machine and then undergoes a series of tests, all done automatically.
Yes, nowadays they are like a set of computers that automatically, as far as possible, do compile the program and then run the automated tests, update the ranking, and the system is quite advanced. It automatically displays the ranking on the screens. It submits information to those who carry the balloons. So it's very fun, and it has to do everything quickly because the contestants want to see the results as soon as possible.
It's not only the scoreboard. It's not only compiling and assessing the problems, the solutions to the problems. It's not only updating the scoreboard, but it's also the whole system of distributing this information and also reviewing some videos and data. What does it do all in all?
There are many parts to that. But for example, there is a big part of that is to how to run this program in a safe way, so that if someone submits something that is incorrect or could damage something, that there is nothing, it is protected, and like the contestants cannot influence each other or cannot somehow, I don't know, tamper with the system. It's a lot in this system to that. And there are, for example, I don't know, maybe 20 computers where these solutions are actually run on. So the system must decide when to run the solution on which computer and so on. Yeah, so...
How was it developed? Who made the system? That's quite an interesting story.
That's interesting. So this judging software that works here, it is inspired by what we had even years before on the Polish Olympiad in informatics. It was also previously based on floppy disks, and then it was a simple internet system that did that, but it was like too simple and used old technology. So initially I sat with a few of my friends when I was around 4th year of studies, and we decided that we want to modernize it.
That was when? How long ago?
I don't know, about 2008 maybe.
So 4 years after you participated in the ICPC.
Yeah, something like that. It took us a few tries. The first 3 roads didn't really change anything, and it was a failure. I wasn't a very good at like creating complex systems back then, but the second version was way better. As I finished my studies, I still was teaching at the university back then. I decided that it's a nice idea to involve some fresh students who wanted to learn how to build complex systems. And I managed to somehow create even a computer science course subject that was for this group of students who wanted to do something more practically.
What was the subject called, I'm wondering?
Oh, it was called Software Development Advanced. It's like,
okay.
In Polish, it's like tworzenie aplikacji z gwiazdką, it's like with a star.
Okay.
Means, so it's an advanced course.
More advanced. Okay.
And this is where students learned regular university courses, but at the same time, all the exercises were just developing something in the system. And it is still going on. There is another also guy who comes from the university and from the Polish Olympiad in informatics, who actually created the previous version, and he now took over this course from me after I left university, and it is still going on. The software still works, and it is developed every year.
Yeah, it's better and better every single year. I've been here for a few years now, and I see how it evolves. Have you had a chance to compare it to other competitions within ICPC? How the other organizers have solved the problem?
So nowadays there are more than one system. There are some others that created. I think some universities have them. But as far as I know, this one, the system is open source. It means everyone can use it. It's not, well, it requires some technical knowledge. It's a complex system, but it's open source. It can be changed by anyone. And there are some universities and national Olympiads that actually do this, run this system. There are other systems like this as well. Although our is one of the first that was kind of really usable on a large scale, that worked well, didn't need a lot of attention to run.
Is there any surprising or unobvious functionality of the software that you can tell us about? Something that would not normally be included in such a software?
The main advantage, like the professional answer, is that it is just a complete software that has many features and works well. This is a very good thing. But
good sales pitch. Very good.
But I remember we once had the finals of the Olympiad in informatics that happened that the trial day was on April 1st. And we did...
Fool's Day.
Yeah, April Fool's Day. So we did a little trick. Then when the contestants wanted to submit the solutions, and the OK button moved as soon as you pointed the mouse on it.
So it ran away from the mouse pointer.
It ran away from the mouse pointer, and then the entire website collapsed. And it was impossible to submit for some time.
So do you keep track of where your software is being used right now? Which competitions around the world?
No, we don't we do not know really. We do not track that. It's just public. Anyone can download it. Some national Olympiads sometimes ask us about how to run it, or some high schools also use it.
I'm asking today almost everyone about the influence ICPC has had on their lives. I'm asking both young students and experienced professors who had the chance to participate in ICPC. So what is this experience for you?
Oh, there are a lot of them. First, it is it is a very big challenge to be here and to prepare for such a competitions. and it requires a lot of effort and kind of hard work and spending a lot of time practicing for it. And it then stays for a long time. I still enjoy things that require a lot of effort and long preparations. It is just very useful for everyday work, especially. For challenging, now I'm in the business side of the world, and sometimes it takes also a few years to develop something, and only after that we know if it works or not. So this is one thing.
Being here, what do you focus on more? On how the system works, the information infrastructure of the event, or do you focus more on the problems and how teams are competing and how they're solving each and every problem?
Yeah, as a contestant, I, of course, I'm concentrated on the problems. But I was also then the technical person, and then I was fascinated on how complex system works and how to manage a team of people, especially students. Like, students are not that easy to manage in a professional way. They are inexperienced. And now I use this experience in everyday work. I manage people.
That's so nice to hear. It's a great story, and it just proves how incredible ICPC is, how much additional and unobvious value it does create, and it happens all around the world, also here in Poland. So thank you very much for being with us. Szymon Acedański, once again, was our guest, and I will be introducing another guest in just a few seconds. That will be one of the judges on today's event. So stay tuned, stay with us. We're approaching the end of this day, but I hope you will stay with us to the very last second. Thank you very much, and let's get down to the floor.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Jakub Radoszewski is my guest right now, joining me in the studio. You are one of the judges of today's event.
That's correct.
Before asking you for comments to what's been going on so far, I'd like to make sure that the championships, the main phase of them, end in 40 minutes, so that will be at 2:30 Central Eastern Time?
Yes, but one of the teams will have time extended by 3 minutes because of some technical issues. So there will be 3 minutes longer for one of the teams.
And all the other teams will finish in 40 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, so that was the technical question. Now let's get down to business. What's been going on for the past 4 hours? How do you feel about the problems, about how they were solved by the teams, about the overall atmosphere here at Warsaw University?
Okay, we as judges are also very excited about the competition, not only the contestants. So we look at the solutions that they are submitting all the time. The problems are not very easy. We had a few easier problems, and then the rest of them require some thought. And that was actually the intention of the jury, both the Polish authors of problems and also the authors from abroad, because we have a few jury members also coming from abroad, to have problems that require some thought, not only coding at a very fast pace, but also, first of all, thinking about the solution. And it feels that we have achieved this goal.
You have, and at the beginning of the day, we were a bit afraid that 4, 5 problems is the maximum for the teams, but we now see that there is a strong possibility that there will be teams who will solve almost all, if not all, problems.
I'm sure that at this stage of the competition, solving all problems is very unlikely, but I hope that some teams will be able to solve many problems.
And we keep our fingers crossed for that. Tell me, what is the role of the judge, since, as we've heard just a few minutes ago, most of the judging comes from the automated system, which compiles and tests all the programs submitted by the teams?
So actually, judges, most of our work of the judges comes before the competition itself, because we have to create the problems, discuss the problem set, create the problem set out of the problems, try to balance difficulty and different areas of algorithms that pop up in the problems. And later we prepare and help prepare test data for the problems, for this automated grading. So we have to prepare model solutions, incorrect solutions, slower solutions, and test data to make sure that only the good solutions pass. And during the competition, we look all the time at the rank list and also at the submissions that come and check if everything is going fine. For example, here I can already tell you that in one of the problems we spotted some minor technical issue related to accuracy, precision of the answers that were supposed to be returned, and it turns out that because of some properties of the programming language and properties of arithmetics on real numbers, there was some kind of solution was not being accepted, even though it was supposed to be accepted. So we had to change a bit, loosen a bit the precision requirements. So we had to rejudge all solutions. In one of the problems, this was actually problem K.
So you're talking about the standard problem between decimal numbers and 2-based numbers?
I'm talking about representing numbers, real numbers.
Real numbers. Yeah.
So for them, of course, some inaccuracies can occur. And here we actually noticed that some type of solutions was supposed to be accepted and was not accepted. So we had to actually intervene a bit. And this is our goal here. We try to intervene as little as possible, but when we really have to change something, then we are here to, we are observing all the time what's happening and try to make sure that everything's going fine.
Is it required from you as judges to control whether teams are cheating or not? Is it even possible to cheat on this championship?
Well, we hope it's not possible to cheat. We also assume that teams are not here to cheat. They didn't come here to cheat. It's not very easy to cheat. The only thing that one could be afraid of maybe now is AI, because tools based on AI could be able to solve some of the problems here that we have. I'm sure that the publicly available tools will not help solve the hardest problems here, but they could theoretically help to solve them. But the contestants here are, watched all the time. They don't have access to internet, so we don't assume any.
Out of pure curiosity, have you checked your problems against AI? Did you try to solve it in ChatGPT or any other engine?
We didn't do it before the competition because we didn't want to leak our problems to publicly available services to make sure that the problems are secret before the competition. Also, but I have experience from some previous stages of this competition, also from Olympiads in informatics, that currently the available AI models, the ones that we can use, not the ones that the big tech companies have themselves and they are not publicly available, that those are actually not able to solve the hardest tasks that we have right now. Maybe so. So for example, OpenAI claims that they solved all or almost all problems from the ICPC finals, but that model is not public, so I cannot check it myself. They claim they did it, but I cannot use it. So maybe using these models in a couple of years will be available. It's not clear how much computing power it's required there and so on. But using the publicly available models, our problems are still hard for AI.
So what are AI models struggling with? What is the largest problem for them to solve?
So AI models are good at joining ideas that are already there online. So if a problem requires a combination of many standard tools, AI has a much bigger chance of solving it. But if the problem requires creativity, some out-of-the-box ideas, some really fresh ideas that are nowhere there in the research papers or in the previous problems, then it's quite hopeless. It has some reasoning capabilities, but I guess that these reasoning capabilities have to be strengthened to be able to solve like really tough problems from this kind of competitions.
Well, I'm really surprised by that because I honestly thought that most of the problems that you're preparing and handing out to the contestants are a way of permutations of previous tasks and problems that were used somewhere else. So you use the same algorithms, you just call them differently or combine the sequence of algorithms you need to use in such a way that you cannot repeat the program you've written before line by line. And you're saying that you're creating pure new problems here.
Yes, and this is our goal. So, like, we're never sure if a problem that we give here was not presented in some competition 10 years ago in some far Asia. Like, we as judges, we have our own knowledge of the problems. We have judges from many regions here. So if we knew the problem, we would certainly not give it here to this competition. And actually, from the problems proposed to this competition, like one of the problems had to be excluded from the problem set because one of the judges knew a problem from a similar competition from somewhere else. So, of course, there could be a problem that was somewhere there and we are not able to verify it. But up to the best of our knowledge, most of the, each of the problems or most of the problems here, really require at least some new observations. So, okay, it's often building upon some bricks that are already known, but it's often, giving some problem-specific new observations that require creativity, some new ideas. Also, for example, there is a very well-known technique called dynamic programming, which is, well, I could explain it in a couple of minutes, the main ideas behind this technique. We teach it to the students, but then again, using this technique, you can write a good PhD thesis based on how you use this technique. And the details are much more interesting than the general principles.
But here you've got 5 hours to think of all the algorithms that you've come across in your whole life, which is absolutely crazy when you think about it. I would like you to look at the scoreboard right now. And this is the scoreboard that was frozen half an hour ago. What are your comments on what we're seeing? What's been happening for the past four and a half hours? Of course, the past half an hour is totally frozen.
Yes, so for sure, we are very happy, we as judges are very happy that each team has problems solved, and the problem B was expected to be the easiest problem. And then the other problems C and E, were also expected to be the next ones, among the next ones. So we are also happy. They are very neat problems, but not so trivial. So they require some fresh ideas. They are not, there's nothing trivial in these problems. And then there are a couple of problems, depending on the area where you feel best. Some geometry problems, another some exponential search. So depending on which area you feel best, you can attempt A or D or I or K or J or K, and it seems that many teams are trying to solve them, and they do solve them.
Is there a killer problem that you did not expect anyone to solve, or
So actually the judges were thinking about this and were even afraid, because usually maybe to make sure that no team finishes very early in the competition, we try to give one killer problem to stop the teams, or at least for the teams to have to really think about this. But here it's more like there are many hard problems. Not one killer, but for example, you see the columns F, G, H, I are all empty at this moment. So these are all hard problems, but we don't think they are not solvable at all. For example, I think H was solved by one of the sponsor teams.
Mm-hmm.
It's not on this official ranking. So let's see, they still have some time, but I would guess right now, if I were one of the top teams, I would try to focus on problems, because each of them has one of those more difficult ones solved. I will focus on trying to solve as many as possible of problems A, D, J, and K to try to win the competition.
Yeah, every team has a different strategy. We've been looking at Warsaw University. This team has done something incredible. They waited to submit their solutions. In one case, they were trying and
Yes.
getting it wrong all the time. But then suddenly, from the very bottom, they just bubbled to the very top, and then set down a little bit. Now being somewhere in the first 10 positions.
It's often the case in such a competition because, okay, it's a team competition, but at least in the very beginning, many of the teams solve the problems by distributing, each contestant is trying to solve their own problem among them, and they just each of them try to find a problem that they like the most and works on the problem. And then it can actually happen that, 3 people working simultaneously on 3 different tasks get their solutions at more or less similar times. And here, those problems that we have here, many of them don't require a lot of code, but a lot of thought. So if you have the right idea, coding it is not such a slow process.
Yeah, I was quite surprised seeing how short the codes.
But getting them right is
it's incredible.
That's not so easy.
And talking about things that are not so easy, have you ever tried to explain one of the problems to a complete amateur? Because of course the language you're using in your problem explanations and your descriptions, it's an everyday Polish or English in this case. So yeah, you read this, but for an amateur, I don't even see where the problem is. I don't even know where to start looking for a solution. So would you be able to take any of those problems and explain them in a way that I will understand, or anyone watching this who is not a professional contestant? Or it's not possible. It's just beyond what you can do.
I think I could, for example, try with problem A or B. Maybe I'll give it a try. The only thing is that I'm not sure if I will be able to convey in what I'm saying where is the hardness of the problem. Because we usually, if we are solving some math puzzles, for example, as people, we usually have some concrete input data in the math puzzle. Or we imagine that. And here we have to design an algorithm that works for every possible input data. And this makes problems much more difficult.
So you're deliberately, as judges, designing input sets of data that will break bad or imperfect solutions.
Exactly, that's what we do. And so
you're so proud of it.
Because these kind of competitions, they are supposed to focus on the worst case. So worst case scenarios, the hardest input data that is to be solved, the one that requires the most computation or the trickiest ones. And our goal is to put all of this data as much as to the extent possible, so that we only the solutions that are certain to work on any possible input data work.
So how long does it take to execute a program against the input data prepared by you as judges? Does it take a second or two, or does it take like a minute?
No. It's a matter of seconds, or sometimes for some of the problems it's less than a second for each input data, and in total it's a few seconds to evaluate such a problem. because the computing power is also now very, very big. So we have to account for this. You can perform 1 billion of operations in 1 second usually, depending on the type of operation. So 1 billion, it's a lot for us.
Quite a lot, yeah. So thinking about what's going on right now, let's try to look into the future. How do you think those competitions will evolve? What will they look like in a few years?
Well, now a lot has changed since a couple of years ago because of AI. So now we see that AI, machine learning models, can solve many of the problems here. As I told you, it depends on which kind of model, how much computing power, and so on, but still they can solve those problems. So the future of at least problem solving for problems like here could be similar to chess. Like in chess, we have had already for some time engines that are able to beat humans without a problem. And here also this could influence the competitions. It doesn't influence directly competitions like this one, because here we don't have access to internet. But, for example, I'm also an organizer of the Polish Olympiad in informatics, and there we have the first stage, which is an online stage, where competitors just solve these. They have 1 month to solve a couple of algorithmic problems, also to take their time to learn how to solve them, read materials on the internet if they like. And now here, this kind of stage might not satisfy its purpose, because now in some time AI could solve all the problems. So now, for example, in our Olympiad, we had to introduce an additional part of the first stage of the Olympiad, where the contestants were supposed to solve problems at their schools, proctored by their teachers. So, for example, this already changed the format of the Olympiad. It's the first change in the 30+ years of history of this Olympiad that we had to change because of the AI. Here at these competitions, I have mixed feelings. So in one hand, you could say that maybe if the AI is better than humans, or becomes better than humans at some point in solving these algorithmic puzzles, then maybe people would be less excited about those problems. Because, computer is better than us, why bother? But on the other hand, these greatest ML models, OpenAI and others, were in a lot, to a large extent, were created by people who come from this community. Jakub Pachocki comes directly from this community, and also many other people from their team come from this community. So clearly, this kind of algorithmic thinking, learning this kind of algorithmic thinking, is a fantastic first step to delve into machine learning and do world-class research and industry work. So. Not clear what will be the future.
Plus, many specialists say that LLMs have their clear limit, and we probably are about to reach this limit, or maybe already have done that. So maybe we should not be as afraid of AI as we are at the moment. But of course, the future will tell. For now, thank you very much for being with us. Jakub Radoszewski, one of the judges. It was great having you here and knowing your perspective on all of that has been happening here for the past few hours. Thank you very much. And of course, back to the floor.
pero piensa que el 8 no está, o sea, solamente es hasta el 7 de más uno. Los primos llega a 2.
sen det, ja, men sen är det bara för det kan ju räknas. Och sen för två personer vill vi ju bara minusa bort det som bara täcks.
Vas-y. Allez. On est tous avec toi. Qu'est-ce que tu prends là?
Започваш просто от началото, в смисъл, тук си откриваш.
Останалите числа, които ти остават като махнеш тази редица, намираш обратното, което е нали в обратното.
Мисълта ми е, че ти сега е от тук, следно ти знаеш, че е сортирана и тук като откриеш последния голям, можеш примерно да байнари също.
Да, ти реално мога да байнари също, защото последния е голям.
Да, ама това май не ти помага. Защото сега примерно ще направиш така и сега вече... на следващия флип.
Аз даже бях разписал някъде, друго става, бях нещал.
You can select
Only 14 minutes are left to the end of EUC 2026, held here in Warsaw at Warsaw University. For the past 4 hours and 46 minutes, we've been witnessing something absolutely incredible. Teams from all over Europe are trying to solve extremely hard problems and advance to the World Finals, which will be held in Dubai in a few months. However, before we get down to commenting on the very last minutes of today's competition, I would like you to see what was happening 2 days back on Friday, when all the teams have been coming to Warsaw and checking in. So that was exactly 2 days ago on Friday. But of course, there was Saturday and today morning. The faces of our participants were not as cheerful as before. They were very concentrated, very stressed. And there is a big reason for that. They came here to participate and potentially win. They came here to fight. And the fight is really hard. With my friends here, with Bartek and Adam, we've been commenting from the very beginning. And you were saying, as former participants of ICPC, that today's problems are really, really hard. So it explains why the faces of participants are not so cheerful as they used to be on Friday.
Yes, but I think that's usually the case. By near the end of the contest, the participants are really stressed, really concentrated in solving the last bits of problems.
And they are. They only have 10 minutes for one of the teams. One of the teams will have additional 3 minutes. But before they finish those 3 additional minutes, all the other participants will have to stay on their seats. So we still have 13 minutes until all the teams will be done. Do you think anyone will manage solving all the problems, or this is impossible?
There's no way that is possible. Yeah, we maybe see 6 problems, maybe 7 if we are very lucky, but yeah, 11 is not possible.
I think even 7, if we look at the top teams that have 5 problems right now, they have no frozen submissions, so they would need to submit 2 problems in the next couple of minutes.
If you look at the scoreboard, we actually can see that there's not that many teams at the top. I believe the top 7 teams haven't submitted anything in the last hour. So we can be pretty certain that the top team might have at most 6 problems right now. So yeah, 11 is not possible.
Tel Aviv University has submitted 2 problems, problem D and problem K. Can we display the ranking on the stream?
Yeah, let's have the scoreboard once again to see the results for now. Yeah, here it is.
Yes, so we can see Tel Aviv with 2 frozen submissions. On top of it, there is no frozen submission, which means that in the past 50 minutes, no team from top 7 spots has submitted anything.
Yeah, but we see that at the bottom, like there are a lot of submissions frozen for J, K, A as well. So we might see something happening. But I'm a little bit disappointed at the top teams. I kind of expected them to fight a little bit more, but that's how we ended up. But they still have 9 minutes. Maybe they can surprise us.
Also, to be fair, when we started commenting today morning, you said 5 tasks, 5 problems is the most. So seeing that they already solved 5, maybe 6 tasks, it means it's not that bad. It's better than you initially thought.
It was expected that this will be the rough threshold, like 5 to 7 problems.
And now, of course, we are very stressed out. Maybe not as much as the participants, but we are stressing out, thinking how well will they do. And we will not know the final results until the award-winning ceremony, which is still a few hours away from us. Okay, guys, I think this will be all from me from here. I will leave you in the studio, and myself, I will go down. I will be waiting for the end of the competition, and I will try to talk to some of the participants right after the final gong. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In the meantime, if it is possible, we can actually try to show some of the replays of the teams. We managed to get access again after the freezing, so we can try to show some of them. 1 second. So this is the Delft University solving the problem A, which was before the freeze, so we can actually show that. It's actually a funny reaction, you will see that. They were surprised that they actually managed to solve it. Yeah, and actually that's the last clip that we are allowed to show. But there might be some emotions. We actually see a bunch of submissions. Maybe some of them might be from the top teams. We actually are very hopeful that during the resolver phase, which is the phase that will actually show some of the frozen submissions, we can actually see some submissions that we haven't seen before that were actually correct. But
I think some teams were submitting for problem G and for problem I, so maybe one of those will be solved.
It's all in their hands. We can just wait and see. We can see like everyone is stressed and they're trying to use the last couple of minutes to get the last lines of code submitted and hopefully get accepted. For some of them, it might be if they go to the world finals or not. So it is pretty important for some of them. We'll see. I probably would feel better if I already qualified for the finals and I just participate for fun. But we can see that there are a couple of teams that are still like walking around.
For the past 2 minutes, we've seen a lot of submissions. Now people are actually starting to maybe feeling the stress, submitting things that are only partially correct or partially verified, and they are pushing to their limits. Do you think within those 7 minutes we will see a lot of accepted solutions after the resolver?
I think we might see, I believe at the end when there's nothing to lose, they can submit whatever they want. And even if they're not sure if the submission is correct or not, they can probably send. And I've seen several cases when even some teams submit 10 submissions to the same problem and one of them passes. So I can probably see that happening, especially with geometry problems that have some very bad fame when it comes to getting accepted or not. So I am hopeful that we will see something. I am very hopeful that we will see something for the top teams, because that is where the things are most interesting. But yeah, I'm looking right now at the last submissions at the bottom that you can see as well. Most of the teams are in the second half or even second 10 of the universities that participate. So it is pretty quiet. We haven't seen anything.
We have seen Delft University attempt problem K.
Oh, I haven't seen that. Can we please ask for the scoreboard one more time? We have 4 minutes left. If we can see okay. So there are some more freeze marks happening. We can see University of Wrocław trying this problem A, which is probably a pain in their life right now. University of Oxford submitting problem H. That is surprising, to be honest. We can see the top. We actually see Delft attempting K. Open University of Israel attempting problem K. Tel Aviv University attempting problem K. It might be interesting.
Maybe we will have a bunch of teams solving 6 problems.
I actually wanted to ask you, what do you think is the probability that we'll have at least one team with 6 problems?
I would say 70%.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I believe that one of those teams will solve some of these problems, because none of them seem that difficult. If they were left with 2 hours to solve some of these problems, I think they are capable of that.
One thing that might be a hint that they don't seem to resubmit this problem because they see the result. At least we hope they see the result, because if the queue is that long, they might wait a little bit longer for the submissions to be judged.
Yes.
But even if they don't see if it is accepted or not, I still think they would at least try to solve something. We can see there's a bunch of submissions happening right now. Jagiellonia University problem J, ETH Zurich problem A. That might be interesting.
Yes, I think Jagiellonia has been fighting with problem G for a while now. So submitting more and more solutions to this problem might not mean that they have solved this problem.
I'm actually curious what will happen. We can also mention, I don't think we talked about it. You can see there are a couple of teams highlighted with gold, silver, and bronze. It's not like in the normal Olympics, sports Olympics, that only one team will get gold medal, silver medal, and bronze medal. In ICPC contests, we usually award 4 gold medals, 4 silver medals, 4 bronze medals. So actually 12 teams will be awarded. I don't know about ties. I think ties are resolved somehow, and I also don't expect that we'll have any ties. So 12 teams will be honored today during the closing ceremony. 2 minutes left. We can probably see it, hear it in the background.
Yes.
And
that's 3 minutes extra time.
Yes, and we've been notified that the contest will be extended for 3 minutes for one team, so everyone will have to stay at their computer, so we will not see everyone walking around right after the competition ends for most people.
It might actually be an interesting view to see everyone sitting quiet and just waiting for this one team. Probably we can see this on the contest hall in a moment, that's how it looks like. But we still have 1 minute, 20 seconds. submissions keeps coming. Jagiellonian University submitting problem J again, I believe.
But they submitted also a minute ago, so I am pretty doubtful at this point.
We are waiting for only one team, I believe. That is. So it will be very interesting to see that one team. I don't know exactly which team is that, but there will be one team still working on that. We can see there's a couple of teams just probably gave up. They're just like talking about the problems. They're not implementing anything. Probably it's like they know that they already did everything they could. I don't know which university is that. Yeah, but we can see people are slowly finishing. Some of them are typing furiously. Some of them are scrolling the scoreboard. Some of them are just waiting. But
yes, we can actually hear the atmosphere in the background. The noise starts to wrap up. It is becoming much more tense right now.
Yeah, we don't know if you can hear it on the stream, but it's like very dense, and we can hear a lot of people talking right now. You can see actually the results and the bottom bar are a little bit delayed. So that means that the judge is actually a little bit slow. 5 seconds? 4 seconds? Whoa. So we might be a little bit delayed. And I think that's it.
The contest is over, but stay at the computer 3 minutes extra
So
time
the
for one team.
contest is over now.
Yes, the contest is finished for every team except for one. We are just waiting for this one team. We can see right now the head judge, the director, the co-director of the EUC competition, but we are all waiting. We are all waiting for that one team that had technical difficulties. After that, everyone will be released, and we might be able to talk a little bit with the teams. I believe Radek is right now on the contest floor waiting for this one team to finish, and then we might have tried to attempt some interviews with the teams. We see solutions are still coming, mostly because, as I said, some of them were submitted before, but they're still being judged because there were so many submissions that even right now I think the timeline is not correct, that some submissions are faster than the others, mostly because, as I said, we are still waiting for them to be judged and then the solutions. So it might be actually possible that for some teams they won't know the result because of that.
Yes.
Because I believe the computers are locked. And
Right now they don't see anything on their computer, so the solutions that we see being judged right now are not available to them. So they will have to wait until the resolver to know whether they actually solved the problem or not.
Still 2 minutes.
Okay, we have 2 minutes, but we are saying goodbye right now. Thank you very much for staying with us. I've been Bartosz Kostka.
I've been Adam Gąsienica-Samek. Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
I guess we are back online. Oh, and I just...
The contest is over. Thanks a lot, and please. And please leave this room very quickly, because we have to prepare this room for celebration today. You can take your balloons. Gdzieś małe spady powinny. Huawei'a być, ale te 3 jeszcze dodatkowo.
Te też.
No te też, ale gdzie są dodatkowe?
Wszystkie są gotowe do wydania.
You can take mouse part if you want.
Raz, raz, raz. Raz, raz. Okay, so all the participants have been encouraged to leave the auditorium as fast as possible because in the same venue, the award giving ceremony will be held in just a few hours. Of course, we do not know who is the winner of the whole championship. We will know that in a few hours, though. And I hope I will be able to talk to some of the participants. One of the teams that was on very top of the scoreboard just before it was frozen was the Israeli team. I'd like to ask them a few questions about how it was for them to participate in this championship. Guys, first of all, congratulations. Nice to have you here in Warsaw. Just before the scoreboard was frozen, you were one of the top positions. Tell me about your emotions, your experiences from the whole day.
It was very exciting to be on the top, but it was a little stressing because this contest had a very hard problem compared to usual ICPC contests. So, and also I was stuck on one of the easier problems for like more than an hour, debugging it.
We did submit some one problem, but we don't know if it succeeded or not.
Your overall opinions, feelings about what just happened in the past 5 hours?
It was very fun to solve the good problems. I enjoyed it. I think we all enjoyed it. And if we will get in a good place, it will be even better. But
if the ranking holds, you will be very high up, one of the first places. So congrats, nice having you here, and we will meet in 2 hours during the award ceremony. Thank you very much. And let's move on to the team which was the first on the scoreboard right before it was frozen. Guys, hello, nice to meet you. So the Delft University of Technology was the top team just before the scoreboard froze. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
So tell me, how was it? How did you enjoy the 5 hours of the competition?
So we thought we had to do a lot of implementation at start, and we were quite slow, but we saw that other teams were also struggling.
Yeah.
So we thought, this is probably fine. We were really happy when we solved A. I think this was our best moment. And then afterwards, we spent a lot of time on K, and we will not say if we got it or not, but it was close.
But tell me, how did you spend your final hour? What did you do in the last 60 minutes when the scoreboard was frozen?
We tried to fix the formulas for K. It was mostly like a bit of a scramble because we didn't know if the code is wrong or the formulas are wrong. We won't say what happened at the end. You're going to find out, but it might be an interesting result. Who knows?
But you spent a lot of time on D because we thought D is probably solvable. And then maybe we can even do 2 in the freeze. But in the end, we didn't submit to D. But we think we have a solution, but we just didn't have the time to code it up.
So during the last 60 minutes, how many submits did you do? I mean, how many problems did you submit?
We submitted 2 submits to K, and that's the only thing. And like we thought about D, but we couldn't have to get the computer time to solve it. So yeah.
I think in general there were the problems were a bit on the hard side. There were a lot of hard problems, and like for all of the problems that we did after the 3rd hour or something, it is like you just need an hour to implement, and yeah, so you're on a clock. There's a few problems you need to solve, and if you pick the wrong one or make some mistake, yeah, it's over.
Can we take a peek on your notes? Can we see how you were thinking about solving the problems? Oh yeah. So that's what is it?
It's problem D. It's basically the proof of the construction that it's amortized and log in with trips.
Okay, and that is what?
So our main idea for D was like that we put the whole sequence inside the tree. It's like some data structure, and then we want to look at all the prefix maximums, push them to one side, and then reverse the other subarray. And we can also reverse a subarray with trees.
And then we store some lazy flags for a bunch of subtrees, and it's amortized fast.
Really, by looking at this, you understand anything?
Yeah. Like he was. I didn't know the proof at all, and he told me, and it was like in 3 minutes I understood it. But it was mainly, I think, also because of the talking, not only the piece of paper. But this helped.
You would need at least 3 days to explain this to me in order for that to make sense. But once again, congratulations. Nice having you here, and see you in 2 hours during the award ceremony. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, let's go on and meet other teams. I think this will be University of Warsaw, maybe. This is Alexander Jan Kuza University. Yeah, very nice to have you here. You were at the 2nd position in the ranking before it was frozen. So congrats for your exceptional work. Tell me about what you feel after the end of the competition.
We feel like we could have done a lot better.
Better than that? It was really good. Come on.
Yeah, but I feel like I didn't perform at my best. Like I was very slow today.
Yeah, I kind of agree with my teammates here, but overall in the standings we look good, but we felt like we moved a bit slow, at least in the middle of the contest and towards the end. But I hope for the best.
I know you didn't have time to look at other teams, but let me tell you that everyone was slow at the beginning. So you were not an exception. You were exceptionally good to go up to the 2nd place. So it was really good. Which was the easiest, which was the hardest problem for you?
Well, I think I only solved C and J with my colleagues. I think C was the easiest for me, but looking at the standings, probably B was easier, but I didn't look at it.
Did you use paper, or was all being done in the computer?
We also used paper, yes.
A lot of paper, yeah.
Can I see your notes? Like take a short peek to see how you tried to solve it?
One try for G here, but it didn't work out.
Can you understand any of this? I mean...
We don't write very beautifully whatsoever.
Okay.
This is all we had for B before I figured it out, so it wasn't a difficult problem.
That's for B. This is what you wrote. So there's a matrix, right?
Yeah, it's a matrix and basically exactly the problem statement.
And diagonals in the matrix, from what I see.
Every element is based on the rows and the columns.
And it's clear to them, it's not to me, but whatever.
Probably because of my writing.
But guys, congratulations, and I hope to meet you on the stage in 2 hours. So thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And let's move on to another team. This time we're going to visit, let's see, I don't know, I'm looking for the team I'm supposed to talk to, but literally everyone's leaving. Oh, right here, sorry. Okay, guys, so tell me, this is Warsaw University. Guys, nice to finally have the chance to talk to you. Hello. Tell me, how was it for the past 5 hours?
Well, it wasn't that good. Like, we aren't satisfied, I think.
Yeah, it could go better for us.
Don't be too harsh on yourselves, but tell me, what did you do in this one moment, one instant, when you moved from position 19 up to number 1? What was it?
My two friends each solved one problem that was really hard, so that was the point. I mean, two very hard problems, they solved it and they managed it, and that was the only good moment at that contest, I believe.
No, don't tell me that was the only moment. Tell me about the moments in the last hour. Did you submit any solutions in the final hour when the results were frozen?
We didn't submit anything. My friend was writing a code, but he didn't finish in time.
So what are your expectations for the final results?
Low, I think.
Come on, be more optimistic.
Yeah, we are hoping we are gonna somehow get a medal, but we don't know. Like,
yeah, I'm hoping they will somehow get a medal, and I wish you the medal, and I wish you luck on the World Finals because you qualified there anyway. So thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for being with us for the past 5 hours. And in 2 hours, I will greet you from this stage. So 5 p.m., we will be here. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Radek Brzuska. Nice to be with you and hope to see you soon. Goodbye.